The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt.
Everything from being a man, to encouraging your kin to face tattoos, to how you identify yourself and your beliefs, to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. As from Nathaniel Nelson, a warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
And we are rolling in, going free. It is Wednesday, Church of the West, scientifically proven methods. Please let me know if you can hear me okay. The audio is coming through beautifully, and we will proceed. I see Vincent is here, Goofus is here. All right, we are. Thank you so much, Rapunzel. I see Dallas and Hoyt McCoy are both already over there on Premium Rumble. What a wonderful day to get together. Blue skies, puffy white clouds here in the once great state of Virginia, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Absolutely lovely. Everything is blooming, and there was an echo sound. Is there an echo sound for anybody else? Let's make sure that we are working properly here. We will make an adjustment, and you all will let me know if it's all right.
How about now? Is there any change to the audio? Lady Anglo says no echo. Godfather says yes, a bit of an echo. And let me know if that made any difference just now. Hyperborean Dream says better, nicer. Justin says good. Much better. Great. Well, I'm glad we have it all working together. As I was saying, just a beautiful day here in the once great state of Virginia, and a glorious Wednesday to get together again in service to white well-being with the scientifically proven methods. Those who show up here, I want you to look around, look to your left, look to your right, and see the elite of Western kind, the people who actually want to make a difference in the world, the people who have submitted themselves to the scientifically proven methods, the dialogic of the Go Free practice that recaptures our destiny, that positions us so that we win these conversations with our family members, our friends, our coworkers, rather than having to hide a power level and slink away in the darkness, sort of abscond in the night, and hope that our ideas, our thoughts, our concerns for Western kind aren't discovered by those we care about, which of course is not what we do here. Instead, we dominate the conversation with a stratagem designed specifically, among numerous things, to undermine the psychological warfare that has established the social morality of Western civilization, a social morality and psychological warfare that has undermined every previous vehicle, ideology, morality, ethic-based system in the West. I think that's pretty obvious as you look across the West. I think that's pretty obvious as you see the way that we are able to be treated and the way that so many whites respond to the mistreatment of anti-white Black people like Dominique Alexander. And it would appear, since they have cozied up with him, the totality of the Anthony family, and so many others across the internet right now who are in support of the Anthonys just because they clearly hate white people. But look around, as I say, because you are among heroes. This is the defining people, the defining group of our age and the white race. As we look around more broadly, we see people becoming increasingly fed up, increasingly interested in other ideas, increasingly interested and I think amenable to ideas that are brand new, original, that are vanguard, that haven't come from the past and already failed and been defeated in the past. Those are going to be the leaders of the white race moving forward, and you're seeing many of them here today. God bless every single one of you for showing up. Sound is better, says Ashby Abel over there on Rumble as well. You can financially gift while you are here today. Who are we? We are the foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam. We are the only foundation on planet Earth that is successfully improving the lives of white people, that is successfully working in every language the white race speaks, that all the way around the world, that is working on the individual level, the immediate family level, the wider family level, that is working at our community schools and police departments, in unions, in etc. The victories mount incessantly. We are the ones that can be excited. We are the ones that can be happy because of these victories. We have the tools with which to win. And you can head on over there to donate to the foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam. Please tag yours truly if you'd like the funds to reach me And I do appreciate that. Otherwise, you can financially gift while we are here together today, and you can do so on the app on which you can financially gift cash. It's up and running, and I'll be looking at it. Subscribe Star as well. Entropy, aka Dude Bro Moment platform, as well as D Live, Odyssey, and Premium Rumble. And over on NOIR.org, you'll see a financial gift tab. You can click on that. You'll see cryptocurrency wallets that I use, as well as a snail mail address. A lot of stuff being talked about today. A lot of people doing crazy things, a lot of news, and some of it valuable as far as what we can glean and what we can use as a fulcrum to introduce these concepts, to change our own thinking and to change the thinking of those around us with a method that's proven, with a method that is proven. It's demonstrably so. So stop looking, stop cogitating, stop wondering, stop ruminating. What could it be? Oh, I dare say, oh, what could it be? We've got that figured out. It's working. If you're still wondering what it could be, then your motivations are other than white well-being. Let's start off with the questions of the day, and then we're going to get into some quick news. These questions of the day you can answer right now. You can answer while we are together at any point. You can tag me as No White Guilt across any of these platforms, and I will be keeping an eye out, especially on X Live Chat, as well as Rumble Live Chat and YouTube Live Chat. But wherever you comment, Odyssey, D Live, etc., I will be keeping an eye out, because this is all about reclaiming our destiny, making you a better you, physically, mentally, and spiritually. That's what the practice of Go Free does for every single person, with thousands of testimonials. I got so many testimonials. I hate that I can't. I need a person that just does nothing but handle the testimonials and then promulgate them, because there are so many testimonials that come in. At the same time, I see how ineffective the testimonials are for so many of the people who claim to care about white well-being. They suddenly are, they're pro-white, they care about white people. And then they read all these testimonials about, hey, this works, and it improved my life, and I got a promotion, and I got a wife and children, and we changed the curriculum at our public elementary school so that it's not anti-white. And they read these things, and they're like, nope, not interested. So clearly we have to find a better audience out there, don't we? We have to find better white people, because those white people, not the best. You know, they're slipper lickers. And, that's worse than being a window licker. A slipper licker is as bad as it gets. So we got a bunch of slipper lickers. And no, I'm not showing you my feet. We got slipper lickers that are out there in the masses. Question of the day. What do you like most, or think you would like most, about camping, and why? What do you like most, or think you would like most, about camping, or why? If you have an answer for that, you're going to tag me as No White Guilt. You're going to put Q1. You're going to answer it. If you have an answer for question number 2, you're going to put Q2, and you're going to answer this question. What food should taste better than its appearance? What looks so good but doesn't taste so good? What have you had over the course of your life that looks so good but doesn't taste so good? Let me know, and we will potentially share that as well. We have, we're going to get into right away some of the update on the Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf, Andrew Anthony, Kayla Hayes, and what's happening with these families, what's happening with the murder, what's happening with the murderer, Carmelo. He owned up to it, so I don't have to continue to say alleged. He said he did it on the audio. He's just now claiming that it was self-defense. Actually, he pondered that, if you remember, in the policeman's video. Could this be self-defense? That's not the first thing you think. If something is self-defense, you don't ponder, could this have been self-defense? Let me count the ways. Let me speculate about this. You're not thinking about it like that. And maybe that's why some of the bigger networks are not talking about this case. And that's why some of the bigger hustlers, anti-white hustlers out there are not necessarily descending on the case right away, because it might not be as useful to anti-whites and anti-whiteism as Dominique Alexander and Corey Toney and Judge Angela Tucker. And when it comes to Angela Tucker, we have a hate hoax, a double hate hoax going on right now. And this is, again, I got to point out to you, we in this community are fervently cynical. We don't believe things that come by way of peer information anymore. 2025 was the end of that. January 2025, bam, it's over. That's why we're going to end up being the ones that are the leaders of the white race to come. And therefore, I guess, in our chrysalis, we are the leaders of the white race today. Who else indeed is standing up for the white race? Are we seeing Donald Trump stand up for the white race? The way Obama swung right into action, the way that Obama came in and said, "This is my son, Trayvon. Over here's my son." Does Obama care? I mean, does Trump care? No, he doesn't care. Would Trump care if Austin were Jewish? Well, he probably would. So do we, in this community, we don't blame Jews for that. We're not disgusted with Jews for that. We say, let us emulate that. That's how adults work. That's how champions of the white race work. We say, we'll do one better than that. You cannot condemn a behavior that you have to emulate. So how do you have it here? Question 1, what do you think? What do you like most or think you would like most about camping? And why? Are you a person who goes camping? Do you get out in the brush? You get the ticks? You have the snakes all around you? You have the screaming birds in the trees? You have the running naked through the woods? Are you a person who's thought about camping and you thought, I think this would be fun? What about a food that should taste a lot better? I was thinking about a food that should taste a lot better than it looks. And one thing that comes to mind is, and it's from way in my distant past, because I am not going to the movie theater and eating their garbage, their poison. But the popcorn at the movie theater looks great. It smells great. The popcorn does. It's just popping. It's golden. It's looking, and then you throw it in your mouth and you're like, yeah, that kind of tastes like they scooped it up off of the carpet in the movie theater. But maybe that's just my experience. And I'm not even going to like ghetto theaters or anything like this. And I wonder what makes a theater ghetto. Let's see who's here before we get into some quick news and we start talking about a little bit of an update, just a tiny bit of an update. And we get into, importantly, Jeff Metcalf's psychology. Everybody out there is wondering, what is going on with this guy? Why does he think the way that he does? Why is he acting the way that he's acting? We happen to know exactly why. We predict exactly why. We can explain to you exactly why in full detail. Not only does it work in prediction, it works in retrodiction. So the formula, and we don't also have to deviate from the formula every time it's applied. We don't have to take the formula in the dialogic and say, well, in this case, you exclude that. And in that case, you exclude this. This is an autistic person's dream. Everything comports from beginning to end and end to beginning. It is a fully enclosed and functioning and perfect dialogic. And yet we continue to distill it and make improvements all the time. Because why? Because the lay of the land is changing all of the time, isn't it? Let me take a look. Lady Anglo is here. She says crumbled cookies for question number 2. They should definitely taste better because they look better than they taste. The great Odin is here. Linda is here. Fornol is in the house. Tree Godfather says the best part of camping is getting TF away from people. Absolutely. And what's Moxie? I don't even know, but it looks good. It looks delectable. You see a plate of Moxie, you just think to yourself, I want to dig in. I want to just gobble. And then you do. And it comes back up as fast as it goes down. Actually, I can tell you a hilarious, maybe, I don't think this should look or taste better than it looks because it didn't really look very good. But many, many, many years ago, I used to juice because people, not steroids, not steroids. I used to make juice drinks. And I know right now, all of like the losers out there, the me-nots who are terribly jealous of me, they're like, I knew it. I knew it. Maybe that's why his lips are so luscious. Do we have any more of those today? Look at his lips. I mean, look at them. And and of course, you find out when you are juicing that fruit is not exactly good for you. It tastes good, but it's full of sugar, and even natural sugar, not good for you. And so I was like, I'm going to make total vegetable ecstasy drink. And I blended this, I juiced the hell out of, and I put garlic in there as well. And apparently too much. Because when I was done, I had this green drink and it was potent. You know, it looked like it was great. And my Doberman was standing there and she's looking at me like, I don't know. I can smell it from here. I'm not as good. Okay. I can't smell, probably worse than the average human, much worse than the Doberman Pinscher. And as I turned this up, I am not joking. This is no hyperbole. It came back out by some mechanism of preserving my life from my body. My body was like, no, this will kill. It shot out around and into the drink. As I had it turned up, it shot back because it bounced off and hit me in the face. It shot out around the edges. It slammed on the kitchen floor. Green went everywhere. The Doberman takes a few steps back like, I knew it. I knew that wasn't going to work. I took it away from my face. I cleaned up the mess. But here's the thing, ladies or guys out there, if you want to give up eating for several days, just drink a bunch of garlic. The desire to eat will be gone for days. At least it was in me. I don't know what it was. My body turned against me so hard that day. It was like, how dare you try to poison us, you sumbitch. And it just refused food for 3 days following that. I don't know, maybe just a drip of this made it to my stomach before my body had completely shot it out. And it felt like I was drinking, like I had taken the battery out of the car and plucked off the top of it and just turned up and chugged the water, any battery acid in there. All right. So that really didn't look like it should have tasted. You know what? It should have tasted better because given its appearance, it at least looked healthy. But wow. The dog didn't touch it. The Doberman Pinscher was like, nah. She just sat by and watched me clean up the mess and cuss myself and cuss the juicing people, cussing the juicer. That's not abnormal for me. I talk to inanimate objects, but that is it. So yeah, I totally agree with Tree Godfather though. Camping, you get away from people. And in particular, a lot of certain types of people, you get away from them. You get out into the nature. I love it. I love the quiescence in the forest. Penza is here. Says, don't forget Jacob Couch. We definitely haven't. In fact, we brought him up, he and his wife and 2 little girls. I think it was a day or 2 days after he was attacked by this psychotic anti-white. Justin says, sitting around the campfire with family and remembering good times, the halcyon times. Yeah, that's wonderful too. You build who likes to build a colossal fire? I think that's a guy thing. I could build a fire to burn down all of Yosemite. I love it. Build a giant fire. It's roaring. Lady Anglo says of camping, she likes the serenity of the no city lights or sounds. Yes, indeed. Dave is here. Samuski is here. Hyperborean Dream is here. All right, remember, tag me as No White Guilt if you have some answers to these questions of the day, and we can revisit them, putting them back up on the screen. But at any point, you can tag me. Walter says, Natalia says, hi to Jason. Well, hello. Samuski says, question number 1, I like going off trail. Samuski says, traveling barefoot off trail, foraging and drinking from the mountain springs and streams that everyone else is afraid to touch. Never gotten sick once. Samuski is a mountain man in the community. Nothing can stop him. Oh, it's a soft drink. You're about to dig into the Moxie soft drink, and it looks good, but it tastes terrible. Thank you, brother, for the correction. Samuski, the mountain man. So if you're ever out there, you're going to turn on one of these shows where they're following cryptids, and they're going to be talking about the cryptids, and they're going to say, there's Bigfoot. And you're going to say, that's Samuski. We know Samuski when we see him. Look at him drinking from the unpolluted waters coming down the mountain. Barefoot out in the wilderness. It's Samuski. It's not Bigfoot. Fernand says, question number 1, assuming I can find a pristine campsite, being able to observe nature and get away from the rat race. So very true. I think that's one of the best aspects of camping, isn't it? Is really just getting away from the noise and the bustle and being able to touch nature. Something in our biosphere loves nature. And then we have what should taste better is Frenched. Is that what that is? Frenched eggs. I don't think I've had them. But if you ever have a chicken come up to you and it says, ha, 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 bonk, bonk, ha, ha, he, bonk, bonk, their eggs are not going to taste as good. Okay? Let's go ahead and hit up some quick news. And remember, you can keep answering these questions. We have a young boy, 17 years old, and he murdered an old woman. So he got life in prison. Appropriate. I wonder what Camilla will get.
Would you say you hate men?
I hate the patriarchy. There's a lot of really good men.
Judd?
Answer the question.
Do I hate men? No.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. Child walks through San Francisco drug hellscape. Look at all this. This little girl on her scooter.
Go, baby. That's good.
Keep going, you're good.
This is what, and the white parents are like, keep going, you're good. There ain't nothing good about that. It's been completely white erased. This is what we are fighting against right now, every single day in this community, that others are complaining about and waiting for something to happen before it gets better. No, seeing a little white girl go through this hell is enough to motivate me to fire an action immediately. Mama. Unbelievable.
Vegetarians have smaller brains. This is seen in humans, that the less a human eats meat, then the smaller the brain becomes. The brain is so dependent on the nutrient density that comes from animal source foods that it will suffer when it doesn't get it. It's a real thing. And why does depression go up so much? When people stop eating animal source foods, it's because you are depriving the brain of protein.
Okay, is it actually true that a guy treats you the way he wants to be treated first.
Yes.
And then he starts treating you the way you've been treating him.
Yes.
Okay, is it actually...
Lesbian couple who beat their 5-year-old son with a hammer, duct taped his eyes shut, and kicked him in the groin in a brutal attack that caused him to suffer 2 strokes, are jailed for 20 years. Don't answer the question in the live chat, but just, wondering, should such a couple be allowed to have any children, much less a male child? Take a look at this. We'll watch it twice. We'll see if you conclude what I see. All right. What do you see? Individualism versus group action. The leopard attacks and the group prevails. Anybody want to continue with these other strategies to recapture our destiny any longer? Let's roll.
Your eyes, it's not the same. A voice in your head whispering my name, but it's not your voice. No, it's something else, something colder than the past we held. I tried to reach you, but you turned away. The words were there, but I let them stay silent on my tongue. Now it's too late. You're walking a path that I can't take. The devil has you in his grip. Anti-white poison on your lips. I could have stopped it, I could have tried. Now I'm just watching you say goodbye.
Check. All right. Can you hear me on the microphone? Check. I hope it's coming through. We have a short update on the Austin Metcalf murder by Carmelo Anthony. And then we're going to be talking about the psychology of Jeff Metcalf, why he is the way he is, and why just getting angry at him and all of these influencers online going berserk over this, how that's not going to help anything whatsoever. We can fix our situation. We have the remedy for it, and it's working all the time. So why aren't you already participating? Spartan, thank you so much. Ivan has joined us. Running via.
You're not the girl I used to know. You're fading into someone else's show, and I was too afraid to speak my mind. Now I live with the ghost you left behind. The devil has you in his grip.
I think life in prison was the most extreme thing he could be given. And of course, I don't endorse any of the news. I'm just sharing it for entertainment purposes that these content creators have shared themselves on their accounts. Anglo-Saxon NWG tune, ladies and gentlemen. Totally glorious. So let's get into what's happening here in the update. Lap of luxury, killer Carmelo Anthony's parents flaunted cruise vacation, fancy dinners, and new cars before he murdered the teen. So what's missing was so I guess midnight basketball wasn't enough. I guess all of anti-whiteism and hiring and the favoritism and the forgiveness and the not requiring you to be responsible, and now living in the white safe neighborhoods. By the way, the Anthonys live in a home that is nearly twice as expensive as the Metcalfs, driving the most expensive cars that the average person could find on the road, driving that, going on beautiful cruises and vacations and dressing to the nines on a regular basis. Why wasn't that enough?
What the else do you need? I mean, how much more do black people in general need to have done for them? How much more? And this reminds me forcefully of a instance in my life that I put into Crucible. I got Prometheus Rising out there, but I put into Crucible where I got to do an argument with the teacher because I was saying, hey, this black kid, I won't give his real name, that I'm friends with, that I've eaten dinner at his house, they have a bigger house and nicer cars than my parents. And she said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because, and then they list all of the excuses for the anti-white narrative. You still have to make amends to them. You still have to feel bad. You still have to incessantly, because you're white, you still have to incessantly concern yourself with their well-being, what they're thinking, especially the black males. If they ever misbehave, and according to the data, they misbehave more than everyone. According to our lived experience, they misbehave more than everyone else. And white people are the cause of it. Oh, it just doesn't matter that they behave the same way in areas where there are no white people, where white people aren't in charge. And in fact, we're going to be talking about South Africa, early segue, a little bit later, where white people aren't in charge. They haven't been in charge since 94. In fact, before then, they weren't in charge. They weren't running their own country. So it's been even longer since then. And they still seem to be behaving a very specific way. Not every single one of them, obviously, but so many of them that the data reflects it. So what else could Carmelo have had done for him? Loving family, all the money, rich father, successful father. Wonder how he got his job. What about Carmelo's GPA? How is he getting his grades? Hard to imagine that somebody can be, unless they are psychotic, that somebody could be such a ardent and just fervently focused student and then would say, go ahead and touch me so I can kill your ass. Because I get that same kind of talk from totally uneducated blacks on the street in the city. So you'll tell me that it's their poverty there. I can't go to numerous neighborhoods. I mean, shit, elected officials and appointed officials in D.C. getting robbed all the time. I can't go to massive swaths of D.C. because I'm white. Because they will prey upon me immediately. No, Jake Lang, it's not predatorize. Then I go predatorize on me. They will prey upon. So you'll tell me then, oh, it's because they're poor. But what about the white poor that don't have the same crime rate? Well, it's because they were in slavery. Oh, yeah, slavery's been over for a long time. White people were also enslaved. White people ended the slave trade. When does this excuse run out? When do all the exceptions get to run out? $900,000 home. How much was your home? How much was your parents' home? What have these people done for this country? One excuse after another. So here, as a consequence of anti-whiteism, which undermines white people, which thieves from us, which compels us to bear the lion's share of the costs for social welfare, and the lion's share recipients for that behave like this. Killer Carmelo, Anthony's parents, flaunted the cruise vacations, fancy dinners. So they get to be rich in America and at the same time complain about how bad they got it, about how hard it is for them. And right now you've got Dominique Alexander, anti-white extraordinaire, that should have his ass whooped. Cussing white people like this absolute criminal. Do you know his record is long as typical? Do you know that? Oh, you mean he wasn't like feeding the hungry for the first 20 years of his life? He wasn't living the life of a pauper and finding food and begging food to give it to others and nursing their wounds and everything. You mean he was speed to evade when law enforcement tried to pull him over? Auto theft or whatever. He's got a long list, a rap sheet. Beating up the girlfriend, physically abusing a toddler, a 2-year-old. That guy, what a surprise, right? Should be in prison for the rest of his life because he's such a burden on our society. And the Anthonys just bring him right in. Naturally. You one of us, come on in. You hate white people like us, come on in. You'll speak perfectly for us. You notice I haven't heard a single word about any dispute between Alexander and the Anthonys. Not at all. They're getting along just fine. So they get to live in an environment where they get the job so that the white man is not going to be given the job. You are not going to be given the job. White lady out there, your husband ain't going to get the job. The guy, your boyfriend, your suitor he's not going to have the job because it's going to go to anybody but a white man. And I would put money down. I don't know for sure, but I'd put money down that Andrew got his work this way. And now he's living high on the hog, as we say down home. Bought the son a Lexus. Carmelo bought the son a Lexus. That's pretty nice. Hard all over. They got it so tough. Nothing but endless complaining from that community, the anti-whites in that community. Nothing but endless complaining and blaming. And then what happens when we go out into society with them? Well, most white people are afraid of them. And you can see, like from this guy, what was his name? Sean, the other day, another advocate for blacks who decided he was going to come unglued when police pulled him over in Pennsylvania. And you got this perfect meme of his face coming at the police officer like a fucking animal. Because something is in some of these people. Not all of them, something is in some of these people that can go from zero to kill you, and they're going to be let off because of it. They're going to be given a free pass. Because all you did was kill a white guy, all you did was kill a white woman, or all you did was stab a little white boy in his carriage when his mother was pushing him across the parking lot at the grocery store. That's all you did. So most white people have to be intensely afraid. You know, when white people acted more like a community and not even a people, there was only a semblance. There was only this incipience of peoplehood by way of these, the I guess, failed is the way to put it. Faulty is another way to put it. Nationalism. When we did this, we said, oh, who is a problem for us? Who can go from zero to that meme in a heartbeat? And so since we don't go from zero to that, we have to act beforehand. And then these people weren't a problem. And then these people behaved or comported themselves according to the rules and laws and norms of the West, our norms. We suffer omnipresent structural inequities to advance and enrich non-white people, females, other privileged groups at the expense of, detriment to, and ruination of the white race. And we go out in our lives, and there are whole communities that we grew up in that we have to be afraid of now. There are whole communities that we can't live every single moment of our lives. We have to be afraid of some fucking anti-white like this losing their minds in a heartbeat. And then on top of that, we have to be afraid that if we retaliate, if we defend ourselves, we're going to prison. If we retaliate and defend ourselves, it's over for us. And if we're the breadwinner, if we're just the father, we're the brother, we're the son, that's it for our families. So we go through our lives terrified of fucking monsters like this in the black community, these anti-white monsters. And then on top of that, we have to fear even mentioning it, because that is social suicide. That is economic suicide. It's over. We have to fear this social lynching every day of our lives. That's why we implement the Go Free strategy. That's why we win in these conversations as a consequence. Regrettably, though, nothing can be done for this level of bestial violence that we see every single day. And we see it, there are a couple groups of humanity, not every one of them, that we know that it comes from. Everybody knows. Unfortunately, nothing can be done about that until we take the moral high ground with a dialogic designed and successfully proving itself to defeat the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism. Then collective action can put an end to this. Not until then. So how did you grow up? Were your parents filthy fucking rich? Did they buy you an expensive Lexus where you could throw up gang signs and hold a rifle and flick off the camera? Did they work their asses off, not raising children that are murderers? Were they constantly going on cruises and celebrating that great wealth at the same time while cussing other groups of humanity like these folks do? And that group being cussed, of course, is the white race. How much better does it have to get for blacks? I mean, honestly, what more can we do for you? How much further can we bend over backward? You're rich because we have been impoverished by anti-whiteism. And your wealth and your poverty and your intelligence or your lack of intelligence, wherever you are on any of the spectrums, your religion, your lack of religion, your atheism, this bestial, monstrous behavior we see again and again and again. I am fed up with it. I am fucking sick and tired of it. I've had to endure since childhood being incessantly told to think about black people and what, non-white people in general. But most of the conversation has been thinking about black people. This is how anti-whiteism works, because then they just link everything else to where they get started. Think about them. What are they thinking? How are they suffering? And I'm like, they got a bigger house. They got nicer cars. The dad's got an easier job. My father's got to work his ass off for a pittance. These people are going on vacations several times a year. My father got 1 week of vacation a year, unpaid. That's your privilege, motherfucker. sucker. The family of Carmelo Anthony lived on opulent lifestyle, sailing on lavish cruise vacations, enjoying extravagant dinners, and buying new cars before their son was arrested and charged with murder. Andrew Anthony, the 17-year-old's father, routinely shared photos and videos of his Facebook account documenting his family's latest adventures or lavish purchases. So look at them here. How come that didn't knock the murderer out of them? How come that didn't knock the bestial behavior, the instant ferocity out of them? This family. Look at them here. They look fantastic. I mean, how much more of the white man's inventions, creations, the ability for us to supply all of the food and the drink and etc., the creation and the building of these ships and cruises, everything that they're taking. How much more are you going to enjoy at our fucking expense? My parents don't get to live again. I don't get to live again. You got it so hard. All of this, the ingenuity, the creativity, the production of the white race. Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, Carmelo's parents, posed for a picture during their anniversary celebration. Oh, that one was in Las Vegas. Carmelo enjoying lamb chops during a family. Boy, this looks really nice. It looks very expensive. Look at him. Boy, he's dressed up beautifully. Why didn't that do it? What more? Did he need some more midnight basketball? Oh, there he is. On a brand new Lexus. I know all y'all got that when you were teens too, right? You got the luxury car that your white neighbors, like a white neighbor here or there, the guy was able to purchase for himself. What is that, a Denali? Yukon. Kayla posing inside her pearly white GMC Yukon. Quote, "'Cause I'm a gold member, I get special treatment. You dig?" The elder Anthony flaunted in a Facebook video as he and his wife enjoyed their room on board Royal Caribbean's Freedom of the Seas, which featured a balcony. "The boys are right next door," Anthony says, as he gives his followers a tour of their stay and the glamorous view of their Miami port. Their glamorous experience. I'm so happy. So happy for them. At me and my people's expense. That you all get to live like kings. And then you still treat us this way. You still behave. And make no mistake, Carmelo, anti-white as all hell. Anti-white, when he sat down under that tent to front on the rival team, when them white guys said, "Get up and move," he said, white boy, in his head, in my opinion. You whites deserve to die. It's our time now. It's our time. Just like we're going to see. It's our time for the blacks in Orania. It's our time now. You stole it all, white man. You stole it all, white race. It's our time now. It's our time, our access to your women, to your houses, to your cars, to your ships, to your vacations, to your riches, to your expensive clothing. That's what went through his head. You're going to die, Whitey, if you touch me. In my opinion, that's what went through his head. And then you see very clearly that the Anthony family as a whole are as anti-white as that trifling anti-white bitch Carmelo. They are as anti-white because they link their destiny and what's going to happen with their son and what's going to happen with their family with the anti-white extraordinaire Dominique Alexander. So what you have here is the quintessential anti-white black family. This is the quintessential American anti-white black family. Uppity as all fuck. Acting like they deserve everything the white man has ever done or built or created. It's really rightfully theirs. Happily walking over the white bodies at work, at school, wherever it is, to get they due. Nobody white's getting hired here. No, we got to hit this quota so we can brag about it this next business quarter. So do we got it? So, oh yeah, this Andrew over there, he speaks proper English. All right, bring him in. He's hired. 6 figures. Because he's black. Because he's not a white man. Because he's not a white man. This is the quintessential anti-white, white, viscerally hating white people, wealthy black family in America. And they will point endlessly at, if they could find one, if there was one black person left that had less money than a white person, that had fewer dollars than a white person, they would still, they are so impudent, so myopic, so selfish, that they would still point to that black guy, that last black guy that doesn't have more money than white people, and say, see, you keeping us down. This is what's coming to rule over you, white America. Anti-whites. Anti-whites in the black race, anti-whites in the Jewish race, anti-whites in the white race. This is what's coming to rule over you. This sort of total oblivious inconsideration, violence. In a separate video from the cruise holiday, Anthony showcases one of his family's dinners, which included a table spread with lamb chops, steaks, and seafood. My father never ate like that. And I guarantee you, my father's IQ, creativity, ingenuity, infinitely higher. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Work ethic, infinitely higher. Guaranteed. How long are white guys expected to suffer this shit? This old idea for white guys that they're not supposed to show any emotion. They're just supposed to take it in stride. They're just, especially in the Germanic Anglo work ethic. You're just supposed to just go and you just live and you just work your life away. And you ignore all of the injustice. You ignore what's being done. How long? Until we finally say enough is enough. How long? I'll tell you how long. Because we've got the keys right here. How long is when enough white people are using the lexicon and dialectics in this practice? It's that long. Then everything changes. Carmelo is also seen in the video munching on lamb chops. In a separate video viewed by the U.S. Sun, Anthony boasts about his and his wife's grand anniversary celebration. Yeah, coming to you live. Yes, baby. Happy anniversary to my beautiful baby, Anthony said, standing on the balcony of their room with a view of the Sin City. The number of white people, white men, white women, white families that have suffered incalculably so that Andrew Anthony could stand on a balcony built by a white man, envisioned by white people, all of it effectuated because of white people in a civilization by white people, so that they could stand up there in their $500 shoes and their $1,500 handbags and sneer with hatred at us, is enough to make me come unglued. It reminds me of that commercial. They won't make any more commercials like this because anti-whites control too much. But if you've ever seen it, it's this old white guy working for the power company, and it's like a hurricane. And he comes in, and the commercial touched a lot of people because of how true it was, because of how much we lived it. The old guy comes in exhausted. He's like moaning and from the exhaustion and pain. And he sits down and starts untying one of his boots, and the power goes out. And then he starts tying the boot back up. That's the white race, motherfucker. You get down on one knee. You get down on one knee and thank us. Anthony then briefly exits the frame of the video before he returns with an ace of spades champagne, telling his followers, this cost me about $2,000. The bottle of champagne cost him $2,000. None of that would exist if it weren't for the white race being able to produce a surplus, a massive surplus, because of our productivity, because of our genius, because of our work ethic. Couple is seen in another video riding in a private limousine and enjoying drinks from the limousine's ice bar. In two separate photos shared on Anthony's Facebook, Hayes is seen posing beside a pearly white GMC Yukon. And in another posted last May, Carmelo is pictured sitting on the hood of his new Lexus with a red bow on it. And it reads, "Happy birthday, murderer." Just wondering, did Austin get a Lexus for his birthday? Right now, part of the update, Dominique and I guess their law team, Mike Howard, are working on trying to compel the school to allow Carmelo to graduate, because the school is saying you shouldn't have been out there. You shouldn't have, no matter the circumstance. You've been suspended before for bringing a knife to school. So now it's expulsion time. And so now the anti-whites from across the country behind Howard and Alexander are demanding that the school allow Carmelo next month to graduate so that he can walk. Don't deny him walking across the stage. Of course, Austin doesn't get to walk across the stage. He's forever young. Do you understand what that even? Do you appreciate human life at all? No, they don't. Black people who are anti-white don't appreciate human life. They end it all the time. But along with Carmelo, he should be able to walk across it. The Anthony family's life was upended and put under a microscope by the net. And by the way, do you think that taunting and provoking someone to do something so that you could murder them, do you really think that that was Carmelo's like first thing? I know we've covered it in detail, much better detail than everyone else I've seen talking about this. The fighting at the schools, the suspension, the in-house handling of his disciplinary problems, where it should have been police notified, but they weren't, because you don't want this fast track from high school to a jail cell. Of course, all about anti-whiteism, all to do with anti-whiteism. The not punishing Carmelo so that you can keep your punishment rates the same for all of the different races, so that non-whites and white are all punished at the same rate. We covered all of that. Do you really think it's the first time? He just went bad that day. So for some reason, get out of here with this total conservative nonsense of, oh, it's just the gang rap music. That's what it is. Somebody has compelled them to behave this way. Really, there's no gang rap music in plenty of other parts of the world, even before there was gang rap music. And we saw from a certain segment the exact same behavior. So stop trying to talk this away. Like, what are you going to say? Some Jew did it to all of us. Fuck you. It's finding so many in the totality of the black race are attracted to that mindset, that lifestyle, that music, because that's in harmony with their spirit. That's why so few the white people who are normally attracted to it, by far and large, are the white guys who are trying to ape it pathetically so that they can get a date, so that they won't be seen as a white guy. Look, he's practically black. His pants are hanging all the way down by the backside of his knees. The horrific murder, unfolded on April 2nd at Kendall Stadium in Frisco, Texas. We don't need to read any of that. No more for the update there. The claim that, look at the brain surgeon here getting ready to brain surgery. I mean, when you're getting ready to brain surgery, you know, the claim of self-defense, and if I'm wrong, somebody can make sure I'm right. They can follow up on it. But I think it's the Penal Code 9. Is it 9 point? What was it? 9 point something. 9.31, 9.32. That says that you can only respond with lethal force if that's what's being used against you. So somebody can follow and read up on that and see if that's accurate. But you can't use lethal force even if somebody is pushing you, even if somebody is, etc. But what they're doing is they're fitting this into the anti-white narrative so that they can make it a part of that narrative and say, oh, black angel, innocent victim, wrongly put upon, suffering for, like what? I mean, look at his face right there. He suffered for like 10,000 years. And he's been suffering at the hands of this guy for 10,000 years. There's your Rosa Parks. Frisco Memorial High School student. Okay, so that's more of the same. Silent protest, a heartbroken Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father. So we're going to be segueing into the psychology of Jeff Metcalf, a guy who on his Facebook has written in the past, Happy Kwanzaa. The Carmelo, by the way, the Carmelo family, since they achieved their 500,000 goal, they went ahead and ticked that up a little bit. They went ahead and said, let's go for 550 now. How much more can we get? Roll the dice, baby. Kayla, roll the dice. How much more can we get out of these people? It's us against the white race here. And you look at the comments, you read the comments, and that's what they're saying. So many of them. This is talking right there about the press conference that Jeff Metcalf attended because why? What's going on in his mind? Why is Jeff Metcalf behaving the way that he's behaving? Why is it so unnatural? A lot of people are asking this question and they don't have the answers, but we do. We absolutely have the answers. So why don't we, what's this? Oh yeah, there's this. Let me mention this. This is the hate hoax. This is going around all over, and watch out, family, watch out, advocates for white. I mean, can I get you to be an advocate for the well-being of white people? Can I get you to be a white well-being advocate before it's too late? Can I get you to be a hero for Western kind before it's too late? Can you, if you're hearing my voice and you're thinking that you should complain more, you should sit around and complain more and talk about how unfair it is more, there's lots that's unfair. So you're going to find a lot to point out that's unfair. Can I get you to do that less and be a hero more before it's too late? Here we have an effort, and we can postulate various sources, but it says black male wearing a MAGA hat attacks home of judge in Carmelo Anthony case. This is fake. Some black guy pulls up at this house with a brand new Donald Trump hat on in this ring footage. And I think it might play. There's no sound on it, but we'll watch. He walks up to the front door, gives it 2 kicks, and then takes off. That was clearly a hate hoax when it happened in North Carolina sometime in the past. Now they have reinserted it as another hate hoax. Look at what's being done to poor Angela Tucker. Poor Angela Tucker. She's just an anti-white on the right. And remember, I keep seeing these people who get it wrong. The problem with Angela Tucker is not that she's black. The problem is not that she might be loyal to black people. The problem is that her decision and the carrying out of that decision is anti-white, anti-us. That's the problem. Her loyalty, as I tweeted about this when it happened, I said, condemn Angela Tucker for her anti-whiteism, emulate her race loyalty. Don't ever condemn a non-white person for being loyal to their group. There are percentages of all non-white peoples that do this noble, beautiful thing. You cannot condemn something and then emulate it. It fits right perfectly into the mindset of selfish, individualistic whites to condemn group action. And did you just see with the baboon and the leopard how that works out? The powerful leopard that can carry like twice its weight or more in its mouth up a tree, that can jump almost the furthest of any cat, that can run almost as fast as the fastest cats. In so many ways, a leopard or the equivalent jaguar are like the perfect hunting specimens in so many ways. And yet, run-of-the-mill baboon troop kicks its ass. Run-of-the-mill. So the guy runs up, he kicks this door. Who knows? I don't know whose house it is. It's not Angela Tucker's. There's no audio. Here he pulls up. Beautiful neighborhood here. Safe. Here he comes. Looks like he knocks and then kicks once and then looks to run. And he thought, I better kick again. And then he takes off. That was the purpose. The kicking of the door on camera was to make it look like, hey, look at what this Trump supporter is doing. So don't fall for that. We have to be cynical. You can talk about things that we see people reporting. You could say, look, somebody is saying this now. Don't know. Might be, might not be true. Why is this important? We teach you in the Go Free stratagem why it's important. Because if you share garbage, you burn your reputation. We need you to have a sterling reputation. We need you to be known to your friends and your family and your colleagues and coworkers. We need them to know you as a moral person that is always improving yourself, that is trying to improve your environment all the time. That's how they have to perceive you, because you are a big part of the message. So if you go and you say, my God, did you see X, Y, or Z? And it ends up being total bunkum, you're burning your reputation. Your powers to influence with that audience have been diminished greatly. So make sure when you share things that you're gathering from the internet or even the mainstream news, it's all the equivalent now. It's all tantamount. That you frame it properly. If true, then remember the whole purpose of it, of bringing up any of these stories, is to communicate the tools that liberate. Communicate the tools that liberate. That's the purpose. We'll start off with just the video interaction between Jeff Metcalf and that idiot the other day, and see once again, as Jeff talks to Jake Lang, hear once again the insanity.
Man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
I want to point out right there the patience. So you're still seeing some of the white norms. It's this politeness that Jeff is having, even in this instance, where he's obviously furious about this anti-white hustler, Jake Lang. He still says, are you done? Go ahead and say everything you got to say. Then I'm going to talk.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt. No, let it go.
My son, let me finish. I'm giving you time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs.
Black man here, you are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
All right, so a Jake Lang, obviously a scumbag. And since we are the mature heroes in service to white well-being, we demonstrate that we can we're not going to be divided in this binaural way where it's like, well, it's or binary way where it is. We've got to be for Jake Lang because we're criticizing Jeff Metcalf. No. We mentioned the other day, this is a piece of shit, this guy right here. You don't talk to somebody who just lost their son this way. This is why I am not trying to talk to Jeff Metcalf. I know what's going on in Jeff Metcalf's mind. I know what's going on in their family's mind because I understand the psychology of anti-whiteism and the effects it has on white people and their thinking. Jeff has already given me, before this day, more than enough signaling of his anti-whiteism to know exactly what's going on. And if you study the Go Free dialogic, you'll know exactly what's going on in the heads of anti-whites as well. It won't be a mystery anymore. Everywhere else you're hearing, it's such a mystery. Why is he behaving like this? And the conclusions that some of them give, wildly erroneous, way off, trying to interpret Jeff through the lens of the spectrum of right and left within the anti-white narrative, which you can very, very easily see in this same story, a la Judge Angela Tucker, that anti-whiteism is on both ends of the spectrum. So you can't immediately say that Jeff is a leftist, that Jeff is a wokey, like some of these. Maybe he is a leftist. That's not our problem. Our problem is his anti-whiteism. His problem is his anti-whiteism. His family's problem is their anti-whiteism. Not the left side of the spectrum per se. It's if you wanted to say anything, if you wanted to drill down, it would be the anti-whiteism on the left. But there's anti-whiteism on the right. Isn't that right, Judge Tucker? Who shut all of her social media down because people are outraged that she gave this clown $250,000 bail, reduced it $750,000, and then this Tony Corey unlimited bail bonds was able to come in and just pay for it all. So what's going on in Jeff Metcalf's head? Jeff Metcalf was reared, like the rest of us, in anti-white hell. He learned from his earliest days anti-whiteism. It came to him in its most potent form through entertainment, where he learned in a way that his brain could not differentiate fiction from reality, exactly how many tears all the non-white races are experiencing. And maybe some of the other privileged groups, like females generally, and other privileged groups out there that they claim to be victims groups. He's with them in the entertainment, whether it's a book or a movie, etc. He's with them when they are in their secret thoughts. As a consequence, Jeff thinks he knows what they're thinking. No, he knows that he knows what they're thinking, that they're hurting, that they're victimized, that they're scared of the world that the white race has made. Contemplate the totality of anti-whiteism and what it does to the will to life. I mean, much less to the will to exceed, the will to dominate, the will to triumph. How far did Jeff fall beneath his innate talents because of the infection of anti-whiteism? He learns this coming up through his years, all about the world that is actually the anti-white narrative, a fiction and fictionalized narrative that condemns the white race as wicked for all time, an evil seed inside of us, a wickedness for which we all have to make amends to all of the other groups, and in particular, blacks, the most angelized in the anti-white narrative. Perfect, pure, innocent, wrongly put upon. You just head on over to Anacostia and see how perfectly pure and innocent they are. You probably have a city near you where you know the areas that they are perfectly pure and innocent and wrongly put upon, that you would be instantly raped and or more murdered if you entered, almost at any time of day. This is what Jeff grew up learning. And he learned that everyone else in his life is thinking that caring about the white race is evil. Everyone else is thinking that concern for white well-being is immoral. So Jeff can mind read with this social morality. When somebody shows up, I mean, in this case, you couldn't be more swarthy and slimy and unctuous than Jake Lang. But if anybody had shown up, they could literally be pure as the driven snow. Jeff would still know that everybody condemns that person as immoral. So these notions that this Bruce Carter is there to tell him what to do, and it's some sort of government op, and the Jews are behind it, and the whole Metcalf family is being told exactly what to do and say and how to behave and everything, is hogwash. They wouldn't need Bruce. Jeff believes, as a consequence of anti-whiteism, that the white race owes the other races, that the white race is less than the other races. It literally has less value because of all the horror that it's inflicted upon the world, that none of the other races have ever been guilty of themselves. What kind of conclusions and deductions are natural when that is your mindset? It's going to be, as it is for all of us, as we are all taught, to one degree or another. And until you address it, you know you're in conflict with yourself. Until you're building those counter triggers like we teach you to do in the Go Free Dialogic, you know you're in conflict with yourself. You know you have felt that internal conflict. You know, when you are doing something right and pure and noble, you don't feel angry and little and afraid. You don't feel like you have to puff your chest out and walk away with your arms out and say, well, fuck this shit. Oh, damn it. You don't feel like you have to do that. You feel that way because you are internally conflicted. This is the reality of anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare and what it has done to the white race. This is why, it's a massive reason why we cannot, with righteous indignation, have conversations with our friends and family that where we are able to assume the moral high ground, hold it authoritatively with our head held high without having to be ugly, and win the day for ourselves and our people. Everyone knows this true who's going to be honest. And I invite you all, as we're talking about this, to tag me and throw in your thoughts about what you believe is going through Jeff Metcalf's mind. What are the natural deductions for the average white person? And we see this in Jeff. I have to make amends. I have to atone. I have to reconcile with these other groups. And if I reconcile, if I redeem myself, I will be able to eke out a little bit more human value than as a typical white person I have. Because in the anti-white narrative, everybody is equal except for the white race. You are valued less. Do you want to know how you can very easily identify that all white people are suffering from this notion that white people are less valuable, that we have less dignity than the other races? White people immediately go to non-white voices that agree with us and hold them up to legitimize our opinions, to legitimize our right to even live, our right to have well-being. You can see it all over the internet every day. You can see it all over your world any day, your cookouts any day, your Wednesday at work any Wednesday. White guy at work says that people should be judged, and in reference to white guys getting not being allowed to have promotions because white guys there have been some white promotions already. People should be judged by their work, just like MLK said to all of us. And you know who else? And then they name, and they've got all these non-white people that they can cite when the conversations are between the right wing, which is more capitalistic, and this is the real difference, and the left wing, which is more socialistic. Who does the right wing cite? Jew economists. Who does the left wing cite? Jew economic revolutionaries. And here, of course, I'm talking about the whites on both sides. So white people have learned, and this is the deep psycho-spiritual physical wound that, among other things, we call white noir, which clearly Jeff is suffering deeply from, that the white race is less valuable. It is less legitimate. That our pain, our suffering is illegitimate for us to complain about. We need to be stoic when it comes to our suffering and our pain. We need to never mention it. We need to never mention the suffering of our children, of our women, of our men, because we are less than. It's time for us to be quiet. It's time for us to make amends. It's time for us to attempt to atone. This is a burden that white people carry around in our lives, the totality of our lives. And at different times, it is more or less burdensome. It's always there. It's always this psychological wound. It's always undermining your drive to achieve more, to be more, to have a higher earning, to have a better life, to require that the people around you treat you better than scum. White people will gladly associate with people who are rude and put them down and are verbally abusive, especially the guys, abusive to us because of how little we value ourselves, because we are members of the community of the people that have no value. So as a consequence, what do many white people endeavor to do? They endeavor to eke out a little bit more value than the station that the anti-white narrative has given us. A little bit more value. And how do they do that? Well, they villainy signal anti-whiteism. Sometimes they become hardcore anti-whites. They go on their Facebook and they write, "Happy Kwanzaa." You don't have to say, if Christmas offends you, you don't got to say that then. But I'll be damned if I don't say Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Chinese New Year. You see, I'm a little better than the other whites out there. I have a little bit more value. And who determines whether or not, as a white person, you get a little bit more value? Well, it can't be another white person, because they all have lower value than non-white people. It's got to be non-white people. It's got to be non-white people that give you the approval, that say that you're justified, that you're legitimate, that your opinions are legitimate, that condone your existence. That's this sycophantism that we see among the white race that is so contemptible. This absolute servile nature to non-white people and the anti-white narrative. So Jeff seeks atonement for himself and the white race. Where does that begin on a personal level? It begins with rejecting, to some degree, your own dignity, And that manifests itself in numerous ways, multifarious ways. It begins, to various degrees, with rejecting your identity. How many white people did you grow up with who were white? No, they were skateboarders, or they were emo, or they were jocks, or they were Christians, or they were metalheads into metal music. They weren't white. That's a rejection of your identity. You can't go to other groups of people and get that out of them. At least that's been my experience. You can't go to Carmelo and get that he's something other than black. What else is part of atoning internally? The rejection of your own family. The family, not only of your making, as you're seeing so painfully here with Jeff Metcalf, but also, of course, the family of your origin. It's commonplace in the white race. In fact, the anti-white narrative tells us that it's totally normal for the children to absolutely hate their parents. It's just normal, youthful rebelliousness, you see? They can explain it to you, why your white children come home hating you, hating your music, hating the history of our people, and you, as the parent, older white person, are further back in time and therefore more evil than the current generation. The rebelliousness is normal. That's all it is. So time and again, your entire life, we've watched people reject their families of origin, their parents to one or more, or one degree or another, their siblings to one degree or another, and even here in the family of your making, a son of your own blood that you have brought into this world. You have to reject that as part of your effort to make amends for being white. Make amends to all of the harm that you, as a white person, are guilty of inflicting on black people in this case. That's how Austin Metcalf's life has less value to Jeff than it should. That's why you see this ambivalence that is fleeting when it comes to Jeff toward his son, immediately forgiving the killer, the murderer, saying that the murderer made a mistake. I submit to you that if Carmelo were white, Jeff would not have had immediate forgiveness in mind. He would not have immediately said, oh, this was just a minor mistake, murdering my son. Everybody wants to talk about the other direction. If Austin were black, this wouldn't be a story. If the races were reversed, everybody would be in arms across the country because a white guy had murdered a promising black youth that was going to go off into the future and live fabulously wealthy compared to the white working class of this country, live on our backs with a magnificent life while the white race toils away as the lesser valued. Any doubt that we are the lesser valued? Just as an aside, Trump saying certain races can't even talk about the victimized group because they have so little value, because it's so immoral in anti-whiteism, the social morality of the West. This is why, and to take a step back there, to focus on Jeff and how he would have responded, I'll say again, I submit that if Carmelo had been white, Jeff would have been furious. Jeff would not have come out and immediately said, so this is not a Christian issue. Again, so many people are getting this wrong. And if you want to say to me, Jason, how do you know you're right and they're wrong? We produce successes. They've produced generations of failure with their interpretations. Those exact interpretations, generation after generation, everything's getting worse. So we know they're wrong, and you're seeing successes with this dialogic. Which way, Western man? So instead of immediately forgiving and downplaying the murder of his son, Jeff would have lost it. But in reality, it was one of the angelized race. It was a non-white person that the white race has exploited and taken advantage of and harmed since antediluvian times. And Jeff immediately went into atonement mode. You see how this makes sense now? For everyone else, it's a head scratcher, but it makes perfect sense here. So what else comes about? The rejecting of one's own family. That is one of the most salient and acerbic aspects of anti-whiteism. And we see that aspect of anti-whiteism all the time with the victimization of our people. It's everywhere. How many times do we have to see the white girl gets brutally raped by the anti-white mestizo, caves her head in, and the white father is like, yeah, but they make really good food, so I'm happy to have them in the country. Atonement. Got to make amends. This is all easily explained with the Go Free dialogic. And nothing could be more unnatural. That is why so many people on YouTube, on Twitter, etc., are saying, this makes no sense. It's a real head scratcher. What's going through this guy's mind? I understand the Christian aspect. There's no Christian aspect of it. You can put some Christian trappings on it, but as far as the impetus, it's anti-white. What about more broadly, outside of Jeff? What is atonement? Rejecting white identity. Rejecting concern or for the welfare of whites. This guy, this anti-white Jew here, Jake Lang, Fed operator, shows up, and Jeff says to this guy, not a Jewish slur, he uses an anti-white slur. He calls them white trash for coming out. He did not use a slur for the murderer of his of his son, the black murderer of his son. He did not use an anti-Jewish slur for Jake Lang. He used an anti-white slur. What story is Jeff in? So white people who are concerned and worried about their being, as Jake Lang is trying to articulate here, because he wants to make dollars off of the white race, or it's part of the Fed op, whatever it is. White people who are concerned for their sons and daughters being harmed. What does Jeff have to say to that? You are trying to create a racial divide. But of course, there already is a racial divide. The handler, the friend that the Metcalfs have brought in, advocates for blacks. And Jeff is fine with that. Remember BMW? That's what Bruce Carter is all about. He's a black nationalist. endeavoring to, at least to be as kind as I can, to elevate Black people and particularly Black males. Jeff loves that. People couldn't be more wrong when they say that Bruce Carter has forced himself on the Metcalfs. No. Bruce Carter is a medal to Jeff Metcalf. He is a gleaming medal on the chest of Jeff Metcalf, who is doing everything he can to reject the life of his son, to reject the notion that race was involved, to demonstrate and project to the world that he embraces a Black nationalist. It's all the Metcalfs doing. And specifically, we can speak to Jeff. We haven't heard as much from Hunter or Megan. What else is involved for Jeff when trying to atone within this anti-white narrative? The overlooking of slights. That's really at the core of it. And again, we see this in our friends and family, and we see it on the internet, and we see it on television all the time. We can be, as white people, we can be disrespected. We can be ignored. We can be ostracized. We can be condescended to. All of this happens. We can be insulted, deeply insulted. We can be maimed. We can be murdered. And if you're going to atone and get a little bit more value as a white person that is given to you by the non-white people in this anti-white narrative, you have to overlook it all. And so once again, we see another powerful impetus to your average white person to do all that they can to make amends, to be permitted as a white demon to have a little bit more value, to have a non-white person say, yes, you're a little better than all of the rest of the white race and all that they've done. And Bruce Carter being there is doing that for Jeff. Jeff wants him there far more than Bruce Carter could ever want to be in the heart of the Metcalf family, for whatever his motivations are. Approval, to be condoned, to be embraced, to not be insulted, to not be ostracized. He showed up to pray with the Anthony family, Jeff did, because he wanted them to embrace him, to say he's legitimate, he's all right, he's not another evil white person. And here's the worst part about this. The most cutting and painful thing for Jeff, even more, at least from the outside, it seems, than losing his own son. And that is being rejected by the Anthonys. That would have fulfilled for Jeff everything that he's been trying in his whole life to achieve, which is a little bit more value, a tiny bit more dignity for himself as a white male. And he thought to himself, with the sacrifice of his very own son, he should be embraced. With the sacrifice of his boy and the ruination of his other son's life as a consequence of losing his brother in his own arms, Jeff thought he has paid the ultimate price and is due to be accepted as a good white person, allowed to enter the circle of the valuable non-white communities. And he was rejected. I submit to you that that caused him more pain than losing his son, at least in the immediate. The loss of a son, maybe over time, will affect him more grievously, but most acutely, the rejection by the Anthony family is the most painful. Now, what happens to someone when this is their drive? These are the different motivators from their life. There are going to be moments, and you're getting these rejections. There are going to be moments of this fits and starts and antithetical actions. One moment, complaining, maybe even vehemently, that he was insulted by being thrown out. And the next moment, forgiving again. Please, please take me. Please say I'm okay. I've paid for this with my son. I'm willing to overlook that. Understanding Jeff Metcalf's psychology is important, far more important for the bigger picture of who we are dealing with when we talk about our brothers and sisters. Jeff is not an anomaly. He's not a unique case. This is the norm, folks. This, over the course of the years, when I was formulating the Go Free dialogic, I observed in the behavior of our people. I sagaciously tracked down their motivations. I discerned what was legitimate and what was illegitimate from the conclusions or the possibilities. It is with that understanding that we are empowered when we go out into the world, or we go out into our individual lives and bring our people together. This is the psychology that we're dealing with. You don't have people that could be put in places of power under some supreme anomalous leader and everything runs smoothly. You don't have a race of people who care about each other and will, upon hearing that there is a threat to white people or a part of town that is off limits to whites, because if you go there, your life will be extinguished, or maybe what's done to you, you'll wish your life was extinguished. No, these people are not going to rally to some unified resistance. It's never happened across the West. They've never done that. What will the population say? What would Jeff Metcalf say? Can't go into that part of town because you're white? He'll say, I don't believe it. Hasn't happened to him. And then if it does happen to him, it's not race. If it happens to somebody he loves and cares about, it's not about race. There are other reasons. I've learned a panoply of them for why and how this could happen, and it's otherwise just chance. And then if he is Christian, he'll fall back on, it's just the devil. The devil is doing this. This is the white race that you have to keep in mind when you say to yourself, how do we put an end to our victimization? How do we go from this selfishly individualistic, deracinated racial group to a percentage of us seeking individual well-being by way of our group's well-being? Because that, my friends, is the only solution to our victimization. Nothing else. Nothing. It's all Jeff Metcalf's. Some are going to be a little worse. Some are going to be a little better. But that's the psychology, not only behind Jeff Metcalf and the way that he's acting, which seems so bizarre to so many, perfectly clear here. Not just the Jeff Metcalf we're looking at today, but all the Jeff Metcalfs. All the Jessica Metcalfs of the world, to make a female version out of Jeff. This is what you're dealing with. If you have eyes to look, if you really want to make a difference in the world, for our people, for yourself, you're going to realize that everything I'm saying here is perfectly reasonable, perfectly logical. It's demonstrable everywhere we look. You can use my deductions to retrodict and see that without variation, it holds true. And you'll be able to predict with success moving forward. What more evidence do you need? I want to know what you're thinking. I'm going to take a look at your thoughts really quickly, and we'll keep this rolling along. Janice says, somebody's trying to thank you for helping somebody try to reach out to me. Yes, use @ no white guilt. @ that's on the number 2 key if you're on a keyboard. Juliet says, you are beyond spot on here, Jason. As one who's experienced and has a keen eye for anti-whiteism and an armchair psychologist, couldn't explain as you do. Nowhere close. You are an absolute gem. God bless you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I hope more and more of our people appreciate that so that we can finally put an end to these killings and so many more, and to this life that we have to lead where we are afraid to speak, we are afraid to exist, we are afraid to complain, we are afraid to go here or there. We have to be deferential to all non-white people. We have to constantly fear whether or not the black person that we see out somewhere in public is he going to be a good black guy, or is he going to be a Carmelo? And all it's going to take is the slightest offense to cause him to go bestial monster violent level on us. This will never end any other way. All the while we have to pretend like we are the ones making everybody else uncomfortable. All the while we have to pay through the nose to make amends to everyone else. All the while that we have to move to the back. All the while that we have to be quiet. All the while that if white people step up and they say, we want to help, they increasingly over the years, they say, shut up. It's not good enough. Your tears don't matter for us. Get in back. We don't even want to hear your voice. You've seen these marches where they literally say the white people to get into the back. Get on one knee. Your one knee. I'm not getting on one knee for anyone. You'll have to force my dead body down. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to give you the fight that you will never forget. If you succeed, you're coming away from that permanently changed. Can you think of all the undying, pent-up, unresolved hatred and anger he might have, even though he said what he was supposed to say? I forgive. It's possible that he's feeling all of this rage, but he is going to be the one fighting his own rage. This is the power of the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. He is waging war on himself. If any thought creeps up in his conscious mind about anything that contradicts anti-whiteism or contradicts atoning, his subconscious mind, which is infinitely more powerful, storms forward and crushes it. So that battle is in his own mind. So, yeah, absolutely. Pent up and suppressed rage. Mr. White is here. Craig says there was an anti-white wearing a MAGA hat on some show called The Hake Report earlier, claiming this isn't an anti-white hate crime, but in anti-white language and pretexts. Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, that's pretty funny. Has nothing to do with anti-whiteism while he uses anti-white slurs. That sounds about right. Cool Papa J Magic says driving home. Well, like I said the other day, and what will happen with people who are either not serious, mid-wits, they can't give enough time to think about it, they don't know about Go Free and the work we do here, they're malicious, they're anti-white. They're going to claim that the only way that it has something to do with race, that the only way it's anti-white is if Carmelo was thinking to kill a white person, and he went there and he said, I'm going to kill a white person, and then killed a white, and even then they would say it had nothing to do with race. So you know how disingenuous they are. This has everything to do with anti-whiteism. Everything to do with it. It is impossible and inane to believe that Carmelo was overlooking magnanimously all the evil that he has learned about the white race. When he was told to move, that wasn't just a rivalry moment of two different high schools. Impossible. Anti-whites would tell you within the anti-white narrative that white people are incapable of not being wicked, of not being, quote, racist. It's just always happening. And if we're not fighting against white people, then we are heretical to anti-whiteism. The reality is that there's no way that Carmelo can live this life in anti-whiteism with the anti-white narrative, believing that's the real world, and then overlook all of that when a white guy, a peer of his in size, in year of age, in year of high school, and etc., tells him he's got to move. He saw himself in that moment as Rosa Parks. He saw himself, and you can go through the litany of anti-white, non-white icons that have been suppressed, oppressed, exploited, harmed, their champions, their firebrands, whatever he saw them all in that moment. This white boy ain't gonna move me. Impossible to say otherwise. You'd have to deal with a different species of animal than a human being to have a different outcome than this. That he is thinking all of that when Austin tells him to move and then puts his hands on him to move him. And you heard as much, didn't we? We all heard as much from anti-whites, especially black anti-whites, getting online after the fact, saying exactly what I told you before and exactly what I'm telling you now. Rosa Parks days are over. Impossible to think otherwise. You know, it's like, try to imagine the fourth dimension. Impossible. It isn't even conceivable. Not even a scintilla. Not even a scintilla. You can't imagine what is outside of the ocean when you are a deep sea fish. Everything is the ocean. Craig the Man says it's insensitive for that guy Jake Lang to talk to the father that way. It's insensitive. That's the nicest way to put it. It was reprehensible. And like I said the other day, doing nothing to disabuse us of the caricature. Looking for any other tags as no white guilt. Got a guy in the chat, little too focused on Jews rather than focused on us, saying he guarantees that tons of money is coming from Jews. You can look at their account. You can look at their Give, Send, Go. And what I see is ample money in small donations from people who just look from their verbiage like run-of-the-mill anti-whites. Could an anti-white Jew give him money too? I'm sure they did. Anti-white white people give him money? Absolutely. A lot of anti-white blacks? Absolutely. Millennium Run says you cannot use deadly force unless there is a reasonable threat of death. Correct. Yep. Thank you for chiming in on that. Mestizo Carv is with us. He says, in the anti-white narrative, there is no good white person, only meal tickets, piggy banks, and objects for lust. Anti-white non-whites don't like or respect traitors. They don't. And you're 100% right. There are no good white people. Meal tickets, piggy banks, objects for lust. Very well written. Ivan trying to help somebody out to tag me as no white guilt. So I guess Mr. White was trying to says, what is your response to the idea that race is a social construct? I typically, when somebody brings that up, they just say, oh, the race is just a construct, doesn't exist. Then I'll say, fine, it's a construct, and we have created this construct, and we defend it for our well-being. We object to those who are included in this construct to be victimized on the basis of the birth/construct. And then sometimes that defeats their argument immediately. And then sometimes I will go into, are blacks a construct? Are Jews a construct? Are Asians a construct? Is it illegitimate for black people to defend themselves since they're a construct? Therefore, there's no actual black person. And they crumble immediately. Thank you for the question. Looks like, I don't know what's going on YouTube. There isn't Twitter. There isn't a single comment on Twitter live chat. Hoyt McCoy says, yes, you are making many awesome points tonight. ! Jeff Metcalf is the norm, not an extreme or an exception. Thank you for that, brother. Is the live chat working on X? Remember, tag me as no white guilt if you have any thoughts. Why doesn't Jeff move to Africa if he wants to be the one? If he wants to be at one with the blacks, that's land of the fake. Well, he wouldn't be making amends within the narrative here, the anti-white narrative. He needs the non-whites here to tell them that he's valuable, he's all right, he's not a wicked white individual like all of the rest of them. That's what he's looking for. That is really revelatory. Okay, thank you. It does seem to be working. Grace and Scott. That's also very revelatory when you have eyes to see of what the ideology, the social morality is. Do you see people in the West trying to get approval from Jesuits? Do you see them? You see white people trying to get approval from non-whites. That if you have eyes to see, it becomes very clear that the social morality of the West is anti-whiteism. The ideology is anti-whiteism. The immoral imperative is anti-whiteism. White people are seeking approval from non-white people. We don't have Arabs seeking approval from whites. We don't have mestizos seeking approval from Asians. We don't have, so you could go on down the line. I know it's a very complex subject. There are many layers to everything we're talking about here, but it would be infinitely long if we tried to cover all of them. The reality, though, is if and when I share any of these, if for you it's an epiphanic moment, write it down. Share it immediately when we're done on X. The epiphany. Share it. Try to stick it in your head so that you develop eyes to see these things. I mean, while everybody else spins around in the cuck sphere and the anti-non-white sphere, while they all spin around like tops on the desktop without any direction, any destination, wild claims, none of which makes sense when you apply it to reality, none of which is helpful or constructive, and that's the most important. Constructive for the reclamation of our destiny with love, hope, and redemption. When none of that makes sense, you can look here and see, aha, that's true. No race is trying to be approved by any other group. It's only white people trying to get approval from non-white people. That's something we have to grapple with. Where does that come from? We explained it. How does it happen? We explain it. How do you remedy it? We explain it. Exactly. I've said before, if you want something a brilliant white man said to go viral, simply post it with a picture of Denzel Washington or Morgan Freeman. Oh my God. Hoyt McCoy saying that over on Premium Rumble. 1,000% true, my brother. 1,000% true. Yeah, don't attribute it to a white guy. Attribute it to a non-white guy, and in particular, blacks. And then white people will pick it up and they'll share it, and anti-white non-whites will pick it up and share it. But the biggest number of people that'll share it will be white people who are white guilted, suffering from white noir, all as a consequence of the anti-whiteism that they've been infected with. And they'll say, I have no value, but this position is my position. This position might help defend me in some way, and it's held by a non-white. So now it has value. Can I live? Can I have value? Hoyt McCoy says, also, you're justly angry, Westman. The only people crazy enough to fund their extinction and luxury living for non-whites at the same time. Exactly. Infuriating. Land of the Fake gifted a subscription to someone. Thank you so much, brother. Looks like Bob was gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Land of the Fake. Ask Tulsi Gabbard for access to Scott's anthology. Has Tulsi Gabbard stolen your anthology? Cedric said, thank you for the map, sir. You're most welcome. Thane says, the chat is working over here. Good work, Jason. All right, awesome. God bless you, brother. Let's go ahead and pull this down as we continue to roll. Jay Bishop says, both Jeff and Austin's mom have been swatted due to anti-white terrorism. Correct. Jeff himself has been swatted 3 times already. These anti-whites want him dead. We know for sure there's been 2. We don't know for sure yet that there have been more instances, but there probably have. And as you can see, and we were talking about the other day, it doesn't matter how anti-white Jeff is. It doesn't matter how much he disavows the value of his son, his white son. He's never going to be anti-white enough. Blood and Soil is here. Shield Maiden, hello. Yeah, they're definitely swatting them, or I think it's anti-whites doing the swat. We don't know for sure, but it's probably anti-whites doing it. All right, remember to tag me as No White Guilt if you have any questions, comments, you want to answer them questions, and we're going to hit up some quick news again.
Today, the FDA is taking action to remove petroleum-based food dyes from the U.S. food supply and from medications. For the last 50 years, American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals. The scientific community has conducted a number of studies raising concerns about the correlation between petroleum-based synthetic dyes and several health conditions, such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, obesity, diabetes, insulin resistance, cancer, genomic disruption, GI issues, as I've seen in the hospital.
How has this happened? How have these products been put in the food and in the medicine, you ask? It's because the white race did not have a people. It's because, as selfish individualists, dollars, the God economy comes before your brothers and sisters, because you don't have brothers and sisters. If we're a people, this can't happen. You've been poisoned because we're not a people. Is this starting to make sense yet?
And allergic reactions. For example, this Lancet study conducted a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study on food dyes and concluded that artificial colors in the diet, quote, result in increased hyperactivity. Today, the FDA is taking action.
All right, we got to move. Minnesota state employee who allegedly caused over $20,000 in damage to multiple Tesla vehicles is let off by an anti-white DA. He's an employee of Tim Walz. That's the kind of country you live. There's no justice if you can get away with it, folks. The anti-whites are in power. Look at this anti-white pig. I mean, just look at this anti-white pig.
Think of it. The CDC unilaterally redefined 200 years of the world's understanding of what constitutes a vaccine without so much as an explanation, public discussion, hearing, or vote. The CDC used to define vaccines quite simply as agents that prevent disease. In 2021, that had to be changed. It became undeniable that COVID vaccines didn't prevent the disease or transmission or even illness. Logic might suggest that the COVID vaccines would have to be withdrawn from the market. After all, they didn't even meet the definition of a vaccine. Instead, the CDC quietly redefined the word vaccine to make the COVID shot seem successful after all. Somebody removed a key phrase from the definition. On September 1st, the CDC defined a vaccine as, quote, a product that stimulates a person's immune system to produce immunity to a specific disease, protecting the person from that disease. But on September 2nd, the phrase protecting the person from that disease was removed.
You'll have to check out that information for yourself to make sure it's accurate, but it is very intriguing.
Nora, as Ned, also went on about 30 dates. Did you have any fun?
Rarely.
It was just an
pretty
ordeal.
Unpleasant. Yeah.
She says the pressure of Ned having to prove himself was grueling. Nora was surprised that many women had no interest in a soft, vulnerable man.
My prejudice was that the ideal man is a woman in a man's body. And I learned, no, that's really not.
Do you think women understand what it's like to be a man?
Not at all. No clue. No idea.
That it took a trip into manhood to help her appreciate her own femininity.
I really like being a woman.
Did you like being a woman before, Ned?
I did, but I like it more now because I think it's more of a privilege.
I said to her, this is going to be revolutionary because it's been looked at as though men were the perpetrators and women were the victims.
Ultimately, Ned told most of his dates that he was Nora. Barbara seemed more open and friendly, and in the end, actually apologized for how she had treated Ned.
Sorry for being bitchy.
So how do you like that? The females will be bitchy to men, rude, insulting, and guys can't do anything in response. You know, the guy's way that he is most genetically inclined to be able to defend himself with violence, and that's made illegal. But a woman most inclined and most adept at verbal abuse, that's not illegal. And here you have this great example of this homosexual woman who went out, pretended to be a man, was treated like garbage by females. And then when she reveals that she's a female, then all of a sudden they're nice.
But after 18 months of deception, she was unraveling. They're checked into a hospital with severe depression. Her views about men have changed forever.
Men are suffering. They have different problems than women have, but they don't have it better. They need our sympathy. They need our love.
Nora.
Here's a story to brighten your day. This brother dove into the water and fought off a 9-foot shark to save his sister. She lost her leg, but she kept her life. There she is now, thanks to her heroic, magnificent hero of a white brother right there. Give that man some 07s. That's epic. Judge resigns after alleged illegal immigrant gang member arrested at his family home. These are the anti-whites for you. He was being so very moral by the anti-white metric. And now, folks, we have to take a look at the Zoomers. Now, it's not every Zoomer, but these are the Zoomers we keep being told that are going to save us from this anti-white world, and they're going to make America, America again, Germany, German again. Let's have a look at them.
Government of America, you've made a big mistake. You think you can take away our app? Well, we are the most powerful generation that there ever was. We are Generation Z. We won't let TikTok fall. We will rise above it all.
Every white Fuentes fan.
We will save TikTok. Time's running out. Can you hear the clock?
No. Scared.
We're ready for war. You want us so bad, and now you want more.
All right, enough of that.
Who's with me?
No one's with you. Oh, now he's having a seizure. That's terrible.
Charlie D'Amelio. Noah Beck. Jojo
Fuentes.
Brittany Borowski. Welcome. Government of America,
welcome.
you've made a
Let's put that behind us.
Tell me now, are you really here for us? Or just another moment and that'll turn to dust? I see the way you hold my hand so tight, but do you hold our people with the same love inside? I need to know, whoa, that this ain't just a dream. Yeah, show me you're down for more than just me. Let's give this one more chance, oh, one more dance, oh. If you love me, love our people too. No anti-white schemes, no. Show me your heart is true like mine is for you. Let's rise above, not fall apart. Let's be the light. Yeah, yeah. You say you care, but do you see the fight?
All right, check. Check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me know that you can hear me. This is a great Anglo-Saxon piece, as our great Ivan Zaharabal is pointing out here tonight. We have a great interview coming up, a pre-recorded interview that I'm going to show you with the great Brand Danger and Spencer J. Quinn coming up in just a moment. We're going to be talking about, very briefly, Trump says bonuses for moms after they have a child. Sounds like a good idea. And finally, the dissolution of Orania, something that I said would eventually happen and was scoffed at. And I said the only protection would be a white positive America, UK, Germany, Italy, etc., never came to fruition. So the end is upon us, it looks like, for Orania, regrettably. All right, let's jump right into this. We have The Hill talking about Donald Trump says bonuses for moms after they have a child sounds like a good idea, except, let's see, President Trump on Tuesday signaled support to reporters about a proposal to give moms bonuses when they have a child amid reports that White House is looking at ways to bring up the nation's birth rates. Trump was pressed by the media Tuesday afternoon about whether he was considering bonuses for moms whenever they have a child. And the first thing I just got to say, I mean, I guess we've had enough of this, is that do you notice that Trump is not talking about even this whole spitballing of an idea? They're not talking about families. You notice how they're not talking about fathers. You know, they're making cutouts in America and cutouts in the UK for females. No cutouts for white males. And here you have giving mothers $5,000, not families, $5,000 per child as an idea that they are spitballing. Where does such an idea stem from? How does that sound good? Well, it comes from anti-whiteism. It's like Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace fights, this anti-white on the right, fights to keep girls with penises out of female spaces. But she was personally responsible for breaking apart the male space at the Citadel. All anti-whiteism. On top of their female issue here, and this being female-focused, gynocentric, and pay the women to have babies. What groups of people are going to take advantage of this? Well, a lot of Somalis have colossal-sized families, Arabs, blacks in general. We already have this spectacle going all the way back to Ronald Reagan and his pronouncement of the, quote, welfare queen, who lived on welfare and produced children because she got more money for having more kids and rearing them in poverty. And it was money that the female received, not a family, not a father, but the female received. Probably, given the social dynamics of the power that females wield, the only way to properly do this would be to give the men the money. And then the females would have to behave and stop being these ruthless harridans, these rudices that destroy families, destroy the lives. Behind the every destroyed man is a woman. We all know that is the case. But here you have the anti-whites on the right, all the way up to Donald Trump, contemplating giving money for each child produced. I can only imagine what the low-income neighborhoods in the cities and all, what they would look like. Might not be Western biospirits, might not be the biospirit of the West that is produced by these people. I mean, could Trump really be this dumb? Could you really think? I mean, here we're talking about tabula rasa, and you can just make them all brain surgeons. They're all just going to be Westmen. What nonsense. First Last, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, brother. Good to see you. We have White Arts Now, financially gifting $5 as well. He says, for white well-being. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're going to be talking about the dissolution of Orania. Fledge over here donated 1 ice cream. Thank you so much for that, Fledge. Really appreciate it. Oh, he said tablet going haywire. No worries. Thank you. And thank you for that crypto. All right. Swivel, remember, tag me as No White Guilt. If you have any thoughts on this, I don't know about you all, but over the years, I've had to deal with the arguments of just start your own town, just start your own country, just secede, just ask the anti-whites to secede. And I've had to watch and audiences fill up with content creators who are morons coming up with ideas about how to make this part of Canada secede, or that like anti-whites would ever give any of this up. They're not giving anything up. And these are ridiculous, childish wishes. Now, why was Orania able to be built and maintained and not immediately destroyed? And we've talked about that before, so just summarize. White race is South Africa. They are the West. South Africa isn't South Africa anymore. Just like Orania won't be Orania anymore. White people surrendered because even though it was bad enough to resist, they didn't have the tools with which to resist. The intellectual tools, the conversational tools, the tools that put them in our story rather than living in the story of our victimizers, the anti-whites. So they didn't resist. They capitulated. They assisted. They participated in their own disenfranchisement, disempowerment, dissolution, gang rape, torture, murder. They participated in all of it. There were 300 white people, though, who decided, typical for white folks, I'm afraid, as honorable or glorious, or at least in one aspect it might seem, and I completely applaud the ingenuity, the industriousness, the willingness to sacrifice, the work ethic, etc., to go out into a barren, hostile landscape and build something brand new. It is a remarkable thing that we do as a people. At the same time, the running away from anti-whiteism, the running away from the problems, the running away from the internecine strife, the sectarianism is over. There's nowhere else to run. It worked for a long time for the white race. Let's go beyond the other mountain. We'll start another Western civilization. We will project what's inside of us, our instinct, our biospirit, onto the world there. We'll start it over. We don't like what it looks like here. So I understand that urge. I understand that sentiment to want to go castle up somewhere, build a citadel, build a new civilization, try to argue your way, or try to use the courts here or there, or the global courts, to try to cordon off an area. And these pathetic arguments, I understand where they come from, but they're pathetic. Let's just argue that we can't get along. It's time for a divorce. I've been hearing that since I entered over 30 years ago. It was stupid and idiotic and impractical and won't work then. It was all of that before I got involved. And it's all of that through my entire tenure in service to white well-being. It will continue to be a non-starter. The wishes of children rather than the actions of men and women of the West. So these heroes went out to the Orange River, this landmass that our people didn't bother improving and building because it was barren relative to other parts of the landscape that we built into our image in the world. As I said, though, we capitulated to anti-whiteism because we did not have a psychological warfare of our own to undermine and circumvent the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism. And all of our institutions, our religions, denominations, they all capitulated, and they are all part and parcel of anti-whiteism today. So these heroes went out there and they decided that they were going to build on, what was it, some crazy 800 hectares of territory. They were going to build Orania for white people. Fine. And in the white mind, this sounds completely legitimate. But to think that everyone else is going to think it is legitimate is your error. To say to yourself as a white person, fine, you can have what we built before We're going to go build something else now. Goodbye. And when white people do this, they think that the instinct, the biospirit of everyone else, and or the infected biospirit of white anti-whites are going to have their hands stayed by their own thinking, by their own instincts. They're going to say, you know what? We can't go after them because that wouldn't be right. That's what you have to think when you think you're going to go build a new town, or you're going to go build a new city. You're going to go to some inhospitable place. You are making the error that your victimizers are going to be thinking just like you, and therefore they will leave you alone. This has never been the case. I can't believe that we speak to so few. How wrong so many are, and yet we speak to so few. God will bring a reckoning to these people, and they'll wish they had known me. So they built Orania, and I said, Orania will persist only as long as the Western powers will stay the hands of the anti-white black South African government. At some point, as they deteriorate as a Western country, they will look longingly, ferociously, leering at the gem called Orania. And if not for America and UK and etc. saying, no, you won't, they will. And why would America care? Why would the UK care? Why would Orania, or why would Germany care about Orania? Well, because in earlier years, the white populations were such that if we saw genocide, literal genocide take place in Orania, it would be that white people, a percentage of us, would be a much more irascible group, harder to handle, take anti-whites more effort, more money, more time to victimize. It's the same reason why they haven't carried out the kind of things that they can in European countries where people are totally disarmed. In those environments, they are very near the point where they've been past the point where they could have taken larger steps against the white population. Why didn't they? Why haven't they? And why aren't they currently? Because we're still armed in the United States. And if the white race watches that in the United States happening to white people in one or more of the European countries, it's going to be even harder to undermine our right to self-defense, to carry out acts against us that will undermine our right to self-defense. Anti-whites at the top used to be brighter than they are today, but they're aware of this. And so Orania, so happy that it's the case, was able to bloom in this barren landscape. Well, the anti-white, non-whites in South Africa have made of the West, and continue to make of the West that was there, a white erased mess. And every day that South Africa is more of a white erased mess, Orania shines the brighter. A gem to be taken. Another one from the white race. And energy is building to do just that. EFF Northern Cape leader aims to be first black resident of Orania, calls for a legal review of the town. Is it even allowed to exist? Northern Cape Economic Freedom Fighters member Shadrach, and I can't read these names, plans to be the first black person in Orania once other races are allowed in. Taholi, I guess is his last name, Tooli, who is the EFF leader in the Northern Cape, made the comments as the Red Berets continue to question the legality of Orania. The EFF embarked on a march to the, and by the way, you know how this happens now, just as it has happened with so many farmsteads, so many regions that were all white farmers. And that is that you have people in these groups, people in the government talking about something needs to be done with these white people. The government itself, because of the pressure of Western powers, drags its feet while it looks the other way when members of these different groups go in and kill, and check the news out for yourself in case I'm wrong, and kill and rape and slaughter. And then the police show up and say, oh, well, this was just a robbery gone wrong. This was just a home invasion gone wrong. What will happen when that exact same playbook plays itself out and people show up at Orania to carry out such deeds and they get shot dead? What will happen then? The EFF embarked on a march to the offices of Northern Cape Premier on the 22nd to demand a legal review of Orania's existence. Orania is a privately owned town in the Karoo region that only allows white people of Afrikaans descent to live there. You know this is going to be determined to be illegal, right? You can see the writing on the wall. They're going to have to allow, are they going to kill and fight for it and everybody die? Or are they going to capitulate and allow the first black resident and then the second black resident? And then why can't I bring my family? Remember what we were reading from the other article, how foreign press talking about how this particular black guy lives in this awful shanty town in South Africa where he hasn't had a job in 35 years, literally. He can't go anywhere because he has no money. He has almost no food. The roof is always leaking on him. And why do the Iranians get to have running water and clean water and fresh food and jobs and purpose and safety when he has to live like that? I'm going to be a resident of Orania. I'm going to fight tooth and nail to be one society. We are going to be inclusive, he said. There's the meme pathogen inclusive. But Jason, using meme pathogen is gay. Claudine gay. You shouldn't use it. Orania must fall. As an aside, I really despise over the years these people who have vehemently argued with me with nonsense about establishing our own towns, our own citadels, our own forts, who have argued with me about seceding. I've been right all along. Orania, even though I could explain the existence of Orania with the complete logic contained in the Go Free dialogic, they would still throw that in my face as a refutation of my interpretation of the world of anti-whites, of what's happening in the psychology of our people. They would still throw it in my face. No, they can do it, so it can be done. Wonder what those POSs are saying now. You know what they're not saying? Sorry, Jason. Sorry. Shouldn't have banned you from speaking. Shouldn't have shouted at you for this craven nonsense of let's just run off in the hills and build a town. While the EFF are questioning the existence of Orania, the, however you pronounce this, party set its sights on, I don't know what that is either. Can't read that. Is that Kleinfontein? Members of the party visited the white Afrikaners only settlement near, on Monday in Pretoria. and on what is called a fact-finding mission. They're showing up to fact-find. There are some other words in the military for what that kind of a mission is called. The party suspects that the settlement is abusing Section 235 of the Constitution, which allows for self-determination for communities of shared common and cultural language and heritage. Manny, the MK party chief whip in Parliament, stated that places like Orania and Kleinfontein had interpreted Section 235 differently. So they're saying that Orania and this other area is probably one of those areas that I read about years back where it's just like a bunch of farming white people. So not their own town, but they were already situated somewhere far away. And they're saying, hey, this is apartheid. We have found apartheid still going on in South Africa. He added that as much as the MK party respects all cultures, they don't want these cultures to abuse that and embrace practice that remind people of apartheid. Let's watch this video of them talking about this.
The fight against Orania is not a distraction.
The fight against Orania is not a distraction. I will make that larger on the screen, and hopefully you'll be able to read what this anti-white POS is saying.
This is a frontline struggle for the soul of South Africa. The existence
Frontline struggle for the soul of South Africa. The existence
of all white towns in the 21st century in a province where the majority live in poverty is an insult to the working class.
So the existence of all white towns surrounded by black poverty. Remember, the white people went and built this on their own in places that were inhospitable. This is the story of all Western countries.
And to the values of the liberation struggle, while black communities in the Northern Cape suffers from underdeveloped, lack of basic services, landless and
lack of basic services, landless and high unemployment. That's your biospirit. I guess you should have made some jobs. I guess you should have built running water. I guess you should have done all of this on your own. You know what doesn't matter when it comes to ending our victimization? What doesn't matter is what I just said. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop the beautiful white children in Orania and this other white farming town from being obliterated by this. Only the Go Free Dialogic will. And we better get working. We better get working real quick.
Orania thrive off the proceeds of racial capitalism and ideological.
You hear that? Racial capitalism. That's a MP I've never heard before. So you build your own town, white person. That's racial capitalism.
Isolation. This is unacceptable. Our ultimatum. The EFF demands a formal response from the Premier's office within 30 days. If these demands are ignored, the EFF will escalate the matter. We will return to Orania in a greater numbers.
Do you hear that? If the government won't do this by the way of the law for us, we are going to go there in greater numbers to Orania. We are going to physically go there in greater numbers. What do you think will happen? Probably, if anti-whites, if wiser, smarter anti-whites are in charge, they'll tell them to just go and squat in Orania. Just go sit in the streets. Just go sit around their houses. Just go set up camps in their front yard. Start eating their livestock. Eat the cats. And then, what are the white people going to do? You see the futility of every other endeavor, vehicle, ideology? The total futility of it.
We will make the memorandum to the national government. We will initiate a court process and we will expose the complicity of any public official who protects Orania's unconstitutional practices. We will mobilize communities, youth, workers, and landless people across the Northern Cape. Orania, our ancestors. It is our land, and we demand what is right.
Our land. This is the story of every Western country suffering under anti-whiteism. Orania is theirs. America is theirs. Australia is theirs. Italy is theirs. The UK is theirs.
Fully ours. This province cannot remain a safe haven for apartheid-style enclaves. We say, with revolutionary conviction, Orania must be dissolved. The land on which it stands must be returned to the people of Northern Cape. The economy is reserved. The economy it reserved must be opened. The idea it represents must be defeated. In conclusion, fighters.
So, there you have it. What are your thoughts? I have to say, I really hate the white so-called activists in the white sympathetic sphere who have argued with me over the years about this. I despise them with a passion. I was right all along. They were wrong all along. Here comes Jason is proven right. In some of these cases, I said this exact thing would happen decades back to people. Mufal Big Art, they told me how wrong I was. And Cuck and etc. Where are you now? You king pieces of shit. Where are you now? You'll wish you had known me. How about the people, the white people that I've tried to speak with? They're wonderful, heroic people and our brothers and sisters in South Africa. And we've chatted with some of them and I've gone on their shows. But there have also been others, just like the white cucks in every other Western country, as we're being white erased, just like the United States. That's it. No, we don't want any part of that go free practice. We don't want any part of it. No, we're trying to make amends. We don't want there to be a racial divide. Who does that sound like to you? Jeff Metcalf. You'll wish you had known me. Let me see what you all are saying. Let's celebrate. Hyperborean Dream today has gifted $25 over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. And it looks like the stream is running properly through Entropy on one, but then maybe the stream isn't running on another, but the financial gifting is coming through that tab. I don't know. But let's hear it for Hyperborean Dream. $25. Hyperborean Dream. I could restart it for Entropy. We also have Year Clean of White Noir. Oh, by the way, the great Hyperborean Dream writes with those glorious $25 for white well-being. Thank you, good sir. Year Clean of White Noir. We need to fix white people. Now that's where luck then runs out. Yeah, we need to $3 gift with that. Thank you for that. Year Clean of White Noir. Yeah, there's no luck going to do this. It's we either use the practice that's working or it's done. Everywhere is Orania. Everywhere. God, I hate all those people. Every single one. Let me see if I can restart this Entropy so that it works properly. Okay, there it is. I got it running. Was the stream coming through? And is it now for those who were on Entropy? I can see it now. Hyperborean Dream is there. There we go. And there's Year Clean of White Noir. Can you sense my patience has run its course? Can you sense how tired I am of suffering the insufferable? Land of the Fake says that those anti-white blacks there are racial communists. If the whites were the racial capitalists. Land of the Fake also says he would fight to the death to protect Orania. I'm afraid it would just be your death. And that would be the end for you and us. We need you fighting for white well-being, using these tools. That's the only hope that there is for our people. You are far more valuable than a white corpse at the hands of some anti-white, black, South African monster. Far more valuable. All right, just checking around here to see if I've missed any comments or financial gifts. Get your comments or financial gifts in now. I'll be coming back. We're not going anywhere just yet, but Baz is here. Kieran is here. First Last is here. Says, fight smart, support Jason. Get on the team. Yeah, folks, he's right. Get on the team. Get on the team. Shoulder to shoulder. The Westman says, what does a representative say in defense of Orania now? Because GI free was not, is that what that is? Because going free, is that what you meant to utilized? No, they're not, white people, I mean, they're just too disgraceful now. Nobody's going to call me. You know how many people disagreed with me vehemently on this go build a town or go secede? And I sympathized and I was respectful. I've been totally respectful and empathetic for so many years with people who were just wrong. And I said no, and I gave all the reasons. And you know how many of them are going to reach out to say anything, to apologize? Zero, I'm sure. I'm sure not one of those harebrained, midget-witted fools is going to reach out and apologize. They'll just pretend like it never happened or some other excuse they'll give. Spartan said, Jason must demand that they lick his slippers. Yeah, they're slipper lickers. Every one of those people that were saying, let's Craven off to some place. And I'm like, it can't. For all these different reasons. It can't. It won't work. They've shut it down. And all these different. And nope. So they're all slipper lickers. Every last one of them. Just checking, rolling through the live chat here and seeing what you all, if you have any tags for me, if you have any thoughts on this. Masumek is here. Hello to you. I introduced my friend Selena, who is in Idaho for now, but moving back to call where we met. Is that, Cali, I'm sorry, where we met. She loves your content and white well-being importance. Well, that's all. Thank you so much, Masumi. Big salutes to you. That's really great. That's some great swash, and you bring in another quality folk. I don't see any other tags for me. Wait, did I miss one? No. Good to see everybody here, though, tonight. The Westman saying, what option do they have now? Their option now is it's going to depend on a day-by-day basis. They are at the point of no return. They can only hope, I would think, if I were to give them counsel, that we would be able to, with these concepts and arguments, get to politicians in the United States that will speak up and out and against what is getting ready to happen to them and their development, their town, because they're coming. You know, we're gonna watch this together. This great interview we had with the great Brant Danger joined the conversation, and I interviewed Spencer J. Quinn about his book from, I think it was 2 years ago, The No College Club, a great conversation. And then I'll come back on the screen here. We'll chat for a little longer. But, you know, I have been, over all of these years, this Paul Revere, except unlike Paul Revere, I had a message. I had something that worked for us, something that works for us. And I've been riding up and down through and literally riding up and down through the towns in Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, North Carolina, riding up and down the town, but also, you know, otherwise, and saying, hey, I've got these ideas. They work. Everybody that they touch, it works. We've got to do it now. We're running out of time. We need to communicate these things. You need to empower yourself with these concepts so that we can release the powerful Western spirit within you. And unlike Paul Revere, I have been almost entirely unheeded, and worse, people have gotten in the way, as you all know, of the message. They've gotten in the way of me. There's a lot of intense jealousy from even content creators that you think are super respectable guys. Intense jealousy. And I've been kind throughout all of that. But I've told people, you know, there'll come a day when if the white race doesn't implement this, there'll be nothing that can save you. There'll be a point of no return. There'll be a point where it'll be too late to start talking about things are anti-white, the opposition is anti-whiteism, and it's going to be at different places at different times. And there won't be any amount of violence against us. There won't be any amount of disjointed or even organized violence in return that can stop the inevitable at that point. And the only hope for the survival of our people at that point would be that we would be forgotten somewhere, that some group of white people somewhere in an inhospitable land that was even inhospitable to access would be forgotten and ignored, and the West would fall, and at least there would be like this hidden remnant somewhere. But that doesn't sound like winning to me. And it really hurts my heart to see I turn on, and I'm speaking like openly with you all about my real, sentiments. I'm being as real as I feel it. And, we complain about these things. We complain about all of these views and viewers on all of these other channels and podcasts and what they want to imbibe, and they come and attack us and everything. And in the final analysis, they are the agents of that point of no return. In the final analysis, the aggrandizement that a content creator seeks, or his wealth that he seeks or she seeks, and they ignore and ostracize the House of Swash and me and the work that we do. They're ultimately the agents of the final years When Islam in the UK or in France finally takes control of the nuclear warheads, when in the United States, the nuclear warheads, chemical, biological weapons are in the hands of rabid anti-whites, and all nodes of power are held by anti-whites, there can't be a resistance. There's never going to be a bad enough. Nothing else has worked, and bad enough isn't going to come, and the Jews are going nowhere, and the blacks are going nowhere. You just can't tell people so many times. And here I have been for all these years telling people that you can't build towns. You can't for something permanent. Don't get me wrong when I'm talking about you move away from bad areas. If you want to move somewhere together, some families, do it. If that's what it takes to be able to advocate for white well-being, get yourself out of harm's way, get yourself out of places where you're going to be impoverished or killed or whatever. Get yourself away from that. But cravening out to some new town or old town that you take over and refurbish, or begging the anti-whites for secession, none of this ever had a hope. And I just now reflect as I'm looking at this, and you hear these anti-white monsters, and they're like, this is apartheid again. This can't be legal. And if the government won't help us, then we'll just go there in force of numbers and everything. My mind is immensely racing back through all of these conversations with all of these people over the years that refused, and not only refused to heed reason and evidence where presented, but also their efforts to diminish and silence me and the work that I do, to co-opt and try. There was just a podcast just the other day where they're like wondering, is there something more to white people's psychology than just politics? Is there, why are, you know who I am? Why aren't you saying the answer is over here with no white guilt? They have why aren't you like inviting me on to? We are out. Our brothers and sisters are getting ready to be slaughtered in Orania. What more? What more do you fucking need? It just, there's no limit. There's no amount of white bodies, no amount of gang rapes, no amount of girls going to prison for fighting back against their rapists and their rapists getting no prison. There's no amount. There's no amount for the white race. Years of arguing this about Orania. So much so, I had so much opposition that I almost thought I was wrong. But here is reality proving me right. All of these red-shirted anti-white monsters. And you know what will happen if U.S. government steps in and says, well, not during the Trump term, you're not going to do it. They'll say, see, Jason, you're wrong. And then when it happens 2 years after the end of Trump's term, they won't say, well, you were right. Calling Paul Revere, says First Last. All right, good. Anti-whites have their foot on our necks right now, it feels like. They absolutely do. You're right. All right. Well, lift your spirits once again, because we're going to have a magnificent conversation about this great book that Spencer J. Quinn wrote, and talk about his motivations for the book and talk about what influenced him. And then, like I said, I'll be right back. And we have a very special treat for you all today. We're going to have two very wonderful people. One of them you know very well. He is the one and only, the Dean of Danger, the Brand Danger, School of the West. Totally epic, totally glorious to have him with us. He's going to be joining the conversation. What we're going to be doing is focusing on an author, one Spencer J. Quinn, and we're going to see what he has to say about his next to most recent book, which is The No College Club. I bring to you first the Dean of Danger, Brand Danger. There he is, and the man of the hour, Spencer J. Quinn, and there he is. Welcome to you both. How are you both doing today?
Good.
Thank you. Feeling great. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. It couldn't be better. I was just telling you all, the weather is gorgeous here. I'm loving every minute of it. And I'm very excited. I've been very excited ever since I sat down with this book. And I want to say, first off, big thank you to Brant for reaching out and helping to set this up, bringing Spencer and this book, The No College Club, back to my attention. And I sat down and I read it. It's so entertaining. We're going to be talking about it today. We're here with the author. So big thank you to Brand Danger. I also want to mention School of the West. .world, School of the West .world. Brant is an author himself, and I have all of his collection of writings. We're not going to be discussing these today, but we couldn't be talking about authoring and reaching our youth, reaching white children with the truth, with the love, the hope, and redemption, especially that we spread here in service to white well-being. And I saw a lot of white well-being in the No College Club today. But to kick us off first, we'll follow the same order that I brought you up on stage. Brant, anything you want to say? Say hello to the people and tell them who you are, where they can find you.
Hello, people. Yeah. My super secret nickname is code name is Brant Danger, and I run the School of the West .world, which is a website for white well-being. And it is designed for parents who are homeschooling their kids, or they're looking for an alternative to anti-white propaganda that their kids might be running into in schools. And there is material for youngsters up through, I would say, college age and high school as well, and everything in between. And there's different subjects. You'd have to check it out. And yeah. I'm sure that I'll come on the show maybe in a couple of weeks and we'll talk about it.
Looking forward to it. Always love to have the Dean of Danger on with us on any of our gatherings. And Spencer, this is your show. It's all about you. It's all about the No College Club. If you could introduce yourself to the community, that would be magnificent, and where they can find you as well.
Right. Okay, so I'm Spencer J. Quinn. I have my own website, sjquinn.org, but I try to write an article a week for Countercurrents. That's counter-currents.com. Once in a while, I'll write for the Occidental Observer as well.
Fantastic. And you've authored, this book is actually your third novel, is that right?
That is correct, yes. My first novel was 2017, I think. It's White Like You. published at Countercurrents. I had a second one, 2020, called Charity's Blade. That was published by Logic in Sweden. And this one, No College Club, was published in 2022. And I have an additional one, No College Club Part 2, which just came out with Countercurrents, called Critical Days.
Excellent. We're very excited about that. Looking forward to reading that. I know my copy is in the mail or on the way, and I can't wait to have that. And we'll be reviewed. There it is right there, the great Brand Danger. And he's going to do a little bit of juxtapositioning today as we talk about the No College Club. But we're going to have Spencer back to talk about Critical Days once I read it and take notes, and we'll have him back. We'll talk. We'll do a deep dive. Now, I know you've been on I think you said it was Vox Populi, Writer's Block, Daily Zoomer, Political Cesspool, but we're going to dig in differently here. You've went on all of those programs to talk about this book. We're going to dig in maybe a little differently, maybe get to some more nerves over the course of the conversation. We don't want to give things away for people. It's a really interesting book. Your children are definitely going to enjoy this book. And maybe, Spencer, if we could get started by you giving an overview, your elevator pitch or overview, maybe a little bit more thorough of the novel, so people know exactly what we're talking about, and then we'll dig into some of the better questions.
Alrighty. So you're focusing on 4 high school students, and it's told, it's a third person narration, but it's kind of told from the perspective of one of the 4, and it's her name is Caroline Adams. And she has 3 friends, Derek Brand, Rose Quigley, and Brock Gabler, and they are sort of like latently pro-white, but they just don't know it yet. You know, they're not, they're just normal kids, basically. And basically they get in a little bit of trouble. And what happens is that Derek, who is a bit of a rebel, actually he's the one that has probably the strongest identity, and he stands up to their black teacher. They have a teacher who is sort of like a 1619 Project kind of person, who's very anti-white, and she's constantly browbeating the kids. And you know, Derek doesn't like that, and he eventually gets kicked out of class. But the story basically centers around how the 4 of them get together for a project on, and they have many different, it's a history class, so they have they can do a project, and the project is they have a bunch of selections, and one of the selections they could do it on is slavery. And funnily enough, the teacher, who's so sort of ignorant about what slavery is and how long it's been around, she didn't specify what kind of slavery. So as these kids start doing their research, they discover that, oh no, there were white slaves in America as well. They were called indentured servants. And in many, many instances, they were treated just as bad, if not worse, than black slaves. And they have, one of them has a relative, an older relative, that shows them exactly where, like an old plantation, where this thing happened, where you had indentured servants back in the 18th century. And so they decide to do their project on white slavery. And they know they're going to get in big trouble over it, and they know that it's going to go on their records, and they don't know what's going to happen, but they're like, well, we're going to stand up for the truth rather than tell this anti-white teacher what she expects to hear. And I really don't want to give away much more than that. Yeah. So that's going to be about it. They also, but one thing I will say is that they find a manuscript from that time period that really sheds light on what went down back then, and how it's a complete misnomer to just call them indentured servants, when in fact, in many cases, they were slaves, and in some of these cases, their indenture was worse than slavery, because it was a limited time, like 5 or 10 years, and so the owner essentially had every motivation to work these people as much as possible because he was going to lose them after a few years. Whereas with slaves, you kind of want to baby them because you want the slaves to have their own children and you sort of want them to continue going. You put more money into it, so you want to protect your investment. I'm not justifying any of this, of course, but I'm just saying that there were many cases where white slaves or white indentured servants were treated far worse. And I've done research to back this up, especially Michael Hoffman's "They Were White and They Were Slaves" was one of my source books.
Well, yeah, and I mean, obviously, yeah, we will be live over YouTube. We're definitely not defending the institution of slavery of any type. Of course, the white race, we ended slavery.
Yeah, of course not.
So
right.
Having said that, though, it's such an interesting story. It's got a couple of twists, but I wanted to just jump back to Donald Kent's artwork. I do want to mention that there is a very particular aesthetic, and there are sketches throughout the book. Spencer, do you recall the exact number of sketches? There are numerous drawings in the book.
There's one.
You're breaking up at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so there were 26 chapters, one sketch per chapter. So 26 sketches plus the cover.
Yeah, fantastic. Donald always does magnificent work, and I wanted to make sure to mention his name and also direct people over to his work, various types, music, of course, artwork like you'll find here in the No College Club, and all around deep thinker and very interesting person. I just want to give my maybe 2 cents to the book as I work through it really quickly, and then get from Brant some of his thoughts. I know he wanted to draw some parallels between the subsequent book, the No College Club Part 2, which is Critical Days, and maybe a book that I had something to do with as well. So I'm interested in that. But I did see a lot of things that were reminiscent to me. Like these are kids in high school. I was in junior high in my story, Crucible. But it's this sort of Caroline, the protagonist, is in a very similar situation. She goes into school. She's innocent about race, and she is forced by circumstances to explore the topic, and then ends up being brave enough to go with the truth, to go with reality, irrespective of the challenges there. So there are some interesting, I mean, the quartet there of these characters, they're really interesting because they are an unexpected quartet, aren't they? Caroline shows up. She has a very different clique of friends. I think it was Medina and Jennifer and Priya.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they're in some ways they start out as types, and then once they start maturing, you realize that they're not types, that they're actual people, that they're three-dimensional. So Caroline is a very popular girl, very pretty, very popular, whereas Derek is an outcast. He has a chip on his shoulder, and that's partially due to the fact that he lost his father in Iraq, so he's got major anti-neocon issues. He really doesn't like these wars and stuff. Then you have Brock Gabler, who's a jock. He's this big guy, and he's fun-loving and mischievous and stuff, and he's got a great sense of humor, and he's always talking about his digestive problems. And then there's Rose Quigley, who is sort of like a geek. She's a nerdy type who really likes to read, have her nose in books all the time, and she's also really into horse riding and farming and things. And so you get these four disparate people, but what they have in common is the fact that they're just not going to disparage themselves because of their race. and they get oppressed because of that. And that sort of like, that's like I don't want to say a vicious cycle, but I can't think of a better word, where it's like it has a feedback loop where the more oppressed they get, the more they cling to their identity, as they mature.
Yeah. And it really is an interesting development of each of these characters. And to a certain degree, certainly with Caroline, the protagonist, the evolution of that character you witness firsthand in this story, folks. But yet, even with, I think, to a lesser degree, with Derek Brand and then the other two, there is some character development over the course of the story, though, as well. But they're really an unlikely quartet, and they end up essentially battling the world, and it can be inspiring in that sense. Like I said, we're not going to give away the best parts, but I do want to jump into Brand's thoughts here in his reading of the No College Club and the parallels that he finds with the No College Club Part 2, Critical Days, as well as Crucible. But Brant, the mic is yours.
Well, thank you. First of all, Spencer is a great writer. He's one of the writers where when I'm reading one of his books, I don't want to put the book down to go do other things.
Yeah.
It's the way that good books used to be read, or the way they used to be written when I was a little kid, and you didn't have a lot of other alternatives. You didn't have screens in front of your face all the time, vying for your attention. And this book is better than staring at a screen. And so there is great character development. And over the course of the book, like both of you guys mentioned, the children are having to make decisions, and they're learning and developing, and they're becoming adults along the way. And I think the way that Spencer crafts these situations, it's extremely familiar, because if this didn't happen exactly word for word the way that Spencer wrote it, then there's 1,000 occurrences of this happening every year to white kids across Western civilization. That's why it's so incredibly relatable. And what's important to me is that in these instances in his books and in your book, Jason, instead of the white characters being guilted and folding like we see all the time, like we're told to do, they actually have a backbone. They actually stand up for themselves. And Spencer's characters, they perform research to dig for the truth, to support this courage the courage that they have, and the different outlook that they have, rather than just being guilted and imbibing the propaganda. And I think that is extremely important, that our kids, as they are developing, they have these role models. Now, whether the role model is going to be someone in their real life, which there seems to be less and less of that, or if it's going to be someone in a movie or in a book, some type of a story, something they can relate to, this is a huge need that needs to be filled. So that's why when I'm showing Spencer's books here, and also your book here, Jason, yours was the first one of this ilk. And then I was super excited when Spencer came out with this. And I thought, wow, now there's 2 of them like that. Now there's 3 of them like that. And that's it. As far as I know, there isn't any other ones. So to me, as a male, it's extremely important to provide the right type of masculine mentorship, role modelship for young boys growing up, especially for white boys, because white boys are told you're supposed to be feminine. You're toxic if you act masculine.
Yeah.
Okay. All the other non-white boys, they can do whatever they want. They can be as violent as they want, as rowdy as they want, but don't you dare do that if you're white. So this is extremely important to have these types of books. And it's not just the development of the male characters, but it's the development of the female characters as well. And Spencer writes them so well that it's a believable story. and you get drawn into it. And Spencer writes in the classical sense in which you teach writing starting in elementary school. You have your introduction, and then you have something going wrong. Okay, you have to have something going wrong. You have to have something of interest, so the reader's attention is there, and then you can develop that story, and perhaps you're going to have a conclusion at the end. And in Spencer's books, everything just goes to shit because everything goes to shit in real life.
Exactly.
So that's why this is so relatable, and you just stay with the characters. Go ahead, Spencer.
No, I just wanted to say I do try to make the stakes very high. They might not start out that way, but as the story progresses, you realize these are high stakes for these kids. All right, I'm sorry for interrupting. Continue, please.
No, that's a good point, because also this ties in with something that Jason said. These kids in these stories, they don't understand how deep they're into it. They don't understand how hot the water is, because they're, like Jason said, they're innocent when they're starting off. A lot of us are innocent. We didn't know about all of this anti-whiteism until it smacks us in the face.
Yeah.
And then some people will just put their heads down, and some of us will stand up and we'll get smacked in the face again. Now, do you want to keep getting smacked in the face and do what's right? Or do you want to just be guilted and walk away? So what Spencer does is he shows how the anti-whites escalate the situation, escalate the penalties against these kids as they keep pushing forward. But once again, it's a role model where they don't stop. They keep going. So a kid reading this can say, this is something that I can do. This is something that I can relate to. Even though this might be, quote, a fictional story, here is at least an example of this someplace in my life that I can look at and I can share with other people. So these books are extremely important.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Spencer, did you want to add anything on to that before I segue into the next part of our discussion?
Well, all I would like to add is that one thing I think is missing in the small amount of fiction that comes from our spheres is the female perspective. Most of the time it's going to be the stories are going to be about men or boys, and that's fine. But I kind of wanted to have a more universalist approach where, we realize we accept all. We accept, boys, girls, men, women, it doesn't matter. And I wanted to have that feminine perspective in there as well. And I mean, it just felt right. I mean, the Critical Days, the main character is a boy. So, it's not like I'm trying to always have the female front and center, but in this case, it just felt right. I can't really explain it, but it just felt right to have a female lead. And I certainly don't regret the decision. I think it turned out really well.
No, I really do as well. It gave me an insight into, and maybe we'll talk about this again before we're done here. We'll go over it, maybe expound a little bit more deeply. But like Brant is talking about, this is what we see. We see this all the time in our real lives. When we were in school, we saw that all the time. It's hammering like this anvil of truth again and again. And that's the power of people like us being able to write fiction and nonfiction, in the case of Crucible, for our brothers and sisters out there of any age. Because when they pick up the book and they begin to read through it, they're not going to be in a land of pure fantasy. They're going to be remembering incidents from their own lives. They're going to remember when their Dr. Nagimbi is browbeating them and telling them how awful the white race is. I should say Nagimbis, because we've had so many. But I really want to take a little bit of a step back and ask about your motivation to write the novel. Where did this come from? And at what point, to connect it to what you were just talking about, was it associated with or attended to a desire to make central and the protagonist a female character, which, as you mentioned, was Caroline Adams?
Well, what happened is, I started writing for Countercurrents in 2016, and I had my first novel, White Like You, pretty much done at that point. I'd been writing it for a few years prior to that. Then after I wrote Charity's Blade, I wanted to cement my reputation as a very strong writer, and Charity's Blade was very it's my idea for a great novel, right? And Greg Johnson in one of the comments, I think, for the review of Charity's Blade, said, "Have you considered a young adult novel?" And I dismissed it outright. I said, no. I'm in my mind, I'm like, no, impossible. I would never write it. But then I thought about it, and I'm like, well, why the heck not? How many young adult novels are there out there in our spheres, and who are and what audience is more necessary for what we're trying to do? Like, I'm trying to what would serve our situation better, writing to young adults who are going through all sorts of problems, dealing with wokeness and DEI and all the other things that were happening back then and still are, or my trying to one up Dostoevsky. And I'm like, well, let's and not there's anything wrong with trying to write great novels, but I thought, well, maybe I can put my talents to really good use by doing a young adult novel. And so I had been reading about indentured servitude at that point, and so I think I had a review of They Were White, They Were Slaves, and I've spoken with Jim Goad about this, and I was very well aware of this, and I thought, okay, well, why don't we come up with an idea that deals with this? And I thought, my first thought was a historical novel, like who actually takes place in the 18th century. And then I realized, no, I don't have the bandwidth to do the research to make a believable, after having read a couple, I can't really do this very well. So then I thought, okay, well, what about maybe a time travel kind of thing, and then I realized, that's not working either. So I thought, let's just make it in the present day. And then I thought, well, how could this be different than any other book coming out these days? And I thought, well, female protagonist, let's do it, and that it just, and from there, it's just inspiration. I mean, I can't really explain anything further than that. It's just every choice I made, I had a lot of choices and I had a lot of decisions, and I kept the best ones because they felt right. It's just all about inspiration at that point. I can't really explain more than that.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. I was curious about how early a female protagonist came into the consideration in the motivation and the origin of the story itself.
Right.
What about the nature, the didactic nature of the book? Were you cognizant of that? Were you intentional there? Did you want to be teaching lessons over the course of the story? Did you intentionally sow in heuristics, or did you happen upon them after it was accomplished?
I wanted to make that maybe a tertiary goal. I mean, as Brandt pointed out, he said he wanted to stop what he was doing and read the book. He didn't want to do other things because he wanted to find out what would happen next. And for a novel to work, you have to make the reader want to know what's going to happen next. It doesn't matter how brilliant your ideas are or how righteous your politics are. I could write the most pro-white novel in the world, but if the reader does not want to know what will happen next, it will fail. I might as well just write a manifesto or something, which is also fine. But I mean, if I'm writing a novel, my first goal is to make the reader want to know what's going to happen next. And how do you do that? You do it through plot, you do it through character, you do it through prose, right? And you do it through the kinds, what I would call bells and whistles, the things that your particular audience expects from the genre. And this genre is a dissident genre. Okay, so what do we want? What are the bells and whistles? Well, we want to have these nuggets or Easter eggs in there that will tell us things about things we didn't know before, like indentured servitude and things like that, or just how anti-white the state of education really is. So on top of pure character development and plot and my trying to make them and paying a lot of attention on the prose, I also wanted to put in, what I would call Easter eggs, or these things that that people will be jazzed to read about. And that's where the manuscript comes in. That's where, and there's character development there. And of course, I really, really worked hard on the prose to make that look like it's written, in 1715 or whenever it was, and that was a challenge, but I really enjoyed that challenge though. And it's all baked in the cake. But first and foremost, I wanted people to just be entertained by the story.
Well, you did a magnificent job. It was absolutely entertaining, and I'm a busy person, so being able to get with a novel and stick with a novel, got right through it, can be a challenge. So I got right through it. It was entertaining. I wanted to know what would happen next. I noticed that you did something that I also kept in mind, especially in writing Prometheus Rising, which was you kept those chapters short so that we could keep achieving our goals. I don't think the old style, I'm not a big consumer of mainstream novels, but I don't think the old style where you had these colossal chapters is going to work for young people anymore. Not with these, the smartphone age. People want to feel like they've done something. We got to get their attention quickly. Was that something that you wanted to do from the very start? You were thinking along those same lines?
100%. That's actually quite astute. Nobody has asked me that before. I had a rule while I was writing it, that and for Critical Days as well. Each chapter had to be 3,000 words or less. Actually between 2,000 and 3,000 words. I broke that rule once. I had a chapter that was only 1,500 words, but I mean, no chapter could be more than 3,000 words. And that really does force a writer to edit. And so I would turn in a chapter, that would be 3,700 words. And I'm thinking, how am I going to cut this down? And then that's when I go through the prose and realize, yep, I could say things more directly this way. Yep, that sentence is unnecessary. And once you really break down your own prose, you could realize how well you can edit it and shrink it down. And I would say more than half of my chapters started at 3,500 words or more. And I had to just hack away until it got down to 3,000. There were some that got in before then, but or under 3,000, but a good chunk of them didn't. And that was a lot of the work. And, writing for Countercurrents every week, it does train you. It does train you to ask, are these words necessary? Is this sentence necessary? Am I gilding the lily here? Am I not doing enough? And then you have to sit back and put your mind in the position of the reader and say, okay, well, will the reader find this boring? I don't want to bore. I never want to be boring, no matter what. And so I have to balance the too much versus not enough thing. And it's a challenge, but it's a fun one. I really enjoyed it, but it was a lot of work.
Yeah, we could have probably a really big conversation just about the mechanics of putting together individual chapters, and then the pain of having to go back and eviscerate your work, so that it's more direct. And often, I'm sure you found, as I did, that things were more polished, and I ended up liking the chapters better as I worked through and cut things out and the essentials, so that what was pithy was left, and superfluous, was on the cutting room floor. I thought that came to mind that I definitely want to mention here, and I also there's so many thoughts that come to mind about your book, and I know we got limited time to chat about it. I do want to mention, just in case I don't want to forget, I think you did a wonderful job with the prose on the writing of the 1700s. That was it really read to me true to those times. Now, obviously, I'm no official on such documents, but it really rang true for me, and I think it will ring true for others as well. So well done there, switching up, practically becoming a different person, a different writer, writing from the perspective of that character in that time period. Brilliantly done, and really appreciate the entertainment and the educational nature. And I mean, we could talk for quite a little while as well about the didactic elements and the numerous heuristics that you'll end up finding. And this is especially true for children, and especially lucky children if the parents are willing to indulge the questions that grow out of the realizations that they come upon in the book. Some of them obviously are much more salient. Some of them are a little bit harder to see, but nonetheless will stimulate. I do want to say that I really enjoyed the fact, and I like that you did this, that you have this quartet that of friends that ends up happening. You have 4 distinct characters. You have 4 definitive types that numerous children are going to be able to find themselves a little bit in one of those at a minimum. And
I would certainly hope so. Yes.
Yeah, I think, was that also in your thinking as you developed this quartet of characters that were going to be hanging out, these differences, that they would be appealing to different types of our white children out there?
I mean, yes and no. When I had Caroline's character first, and as the plot went on for the first couple chapters where we meet all 4 characters, the ideas just came to me, and then I realized, okay, I have a broad swath of the population here. You know, we have the popular girl, we have the jock, we have the rebel, and we have the nerd. And I'm thinking, okay, yeah, that's a high percentage of my readership right there. And I thought, okay, let's go with this. I mean, that was my thinking. But I had the characters just came to me pure inspiration first, and then I recognized what I had and decided how I'm going to develop it. So, like, for example, with Caroline, I kind of wanted to present her as like a displaced aristocracy. Like, she doesn't realize it yet. She's very bright. She's very motivated. She's a natural leader. She just doesn't know any of this yet, right? She doesn't know any of this. And if you look at her name, I like to do what Dickens did and sort of like name your characters rather descriptively. And I don't think, I mean, the name Caroline Adams speaks to me of American aristocracy. I don't know why, but that's the feeling I get when I hear that name. And if you look at the other names, it's the same thing. You know, there's an aspect like Derek Brand. He's an outlaw.
Yeah, it sounds like an outlaw. Yes.
Right. And Brock Gabler. I mean, he's totally. That's a jock right there. I mean, you know, and Rose Quigley. I mean, that's a very nerdy kind of name. And so, honestly, one time I dropped my kid off at school, and I was walking out, and I saw a girl just like Rose Quigley. My goodness. I mean, she was a little bit overweight. She had the leggings, you know, she had the goofy, the goofy icons on her shirt, and she had pins in her hair and short black hair and big glasses. And I'm thinking, boy, oh boy, that's exactly the girl I was envisioning, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's fantastic that you even had your own visual. I want to explore in just a moment your construction of and writing through the eyes of a female protagonist and what you brought to bear, and in any research you did to be able to realistically be in the mind of a female protagonist. But before we do that, so think about that for a moment. I want to bring Brant in again, because I really had a question as I read through this wonderful book, No College Club. If you, Brant, had any thoughts about how the School of the West is intervening or can intervene in the real children that these fictional characters represent out there in the world, since these are the real challenges that our youth are facing. As you read through this, or as you reflect on it, and even through Critical Days, you know, as we said, we're going to bring Spencer back, and we'll bring Brant back, and we'll do a deep dive on the second No College Club, Critical Days. Did any thoughts come to mind, if you could just develop that, about how either School of the West is today or can in the future intervene educationally and in any other ways possible, morally, to help white children going through these exact same struggles?
That's a good question. And I hadn't thought about that as I was reading it, but it's not too difficult to answer. I think that if there was a book written and we have these four characters, and in this story with these four characters, they had access to the School of the West material. By the time that they're hitting all of these other grades, especially I think in junior high, that anti-whiteism starts to get turned up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
They're already, as you would say, they're already inoculated to it. They already see it coming over the hill. It doesn't sneak up on you. You don't just like, oh crap, here I am in this quicksand. What is this quicksand? Oh, it's anti-white quicksand. How did I get in here? What the hell is going on? So I think that the School of the West is set up to introduce this material to kids in smaller bites, psychologically what they can handle.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the same dynamic. It's the same, foundational approach to all of education, where you give the kids what they are psychologically and socially and intellectually ready at that age, and then you build and you build and you build. And hopefully we'll all get to a point where we won't have to keep writing stories like Spencer's writing, where these kids just find themselves like right in the middle of this. Like they don't understand how hot and heavy the anti-whiteism is until they just start to push back against it a little bit. And then it all starts coming down on them because it's already set up. It's already in the environment. So this, like School of the West, it's going to hit all that stuff off because you've got the little, they live glasses on or whatever, and you see it all the time everywhere. So it doesn't sneak up on you. You
could be, and maybe, after our conversation today, you can think more about that, and we can revisit maybe specifics that School of the West, specific programs that you could point to that children, because these are the opportunities, whether, and in these specific cases, it's not going to be homeschooled kids as much, since these stories are with the children who are in either public school or private school. And if you're a parent and you're listening to this and you want your child to read the No College Club, and I recommend that they do, and then Critical Days, as that is now also available, and we'll be reviewing that here with the author, Spencer Quinn. When they review something like this, and they're in the public or private school, they are going to need assistance in understanding what's going on in the world. And School of the West .world is the place to go for your children to be not only entertained with the visuals, beautiful aesthetics, and the like, but also the understanding of what's really going on in the world and how to interpret what's happening in the world. It'll be an education for you, the parent, as well as the children. So you don't have to have, in this case, these wonderful characters, Caroline, Derek Brock, and Rose, going to war against these anti-whites and suffering horribly, or in my specific case, where I literally went to war against them and suffered horribly as a consequence of it. These children will have the opportunity to know. And in fact, to sew this together, we could say that Brand could be a little bit like Uncle Zach from the book. And I wonder if, Spencer, if you could just tell folks who this very interesting, quirky character that is in the novel, Uncle Zach, who he is, and then just jump right into the writing a female protagonist and how that worked for you to develop that mindset.
Right. Okay. Well, in many cases, there is a little bit of a formula. I don't know if in part 3 I'll continue with the formula. I'm not sure, but there's a bit of a formula where the main characters will meet an older relative or an older person that will basically tell them what's going on or give them a clue about what's happening. And that certainly happens in critical days as well, as Brant would tell you. But Uncle Zach, yeah, I wanted to have somebody who was very knowledgeable about indentured servitude and was very aware of what was going on to be able to share this. But he's also so far off the beaten path and so strange and so, a little bit like he just walks to the beat of his own drum. So he slipped through the cracks in many ways. I mean, he has some notoriety, but in most cases, people just don't know who he is. And so he's living sort of away from the spotlight of political correctness. Right. And so he suffers none of that pressure. He's a bachelor. He has some questionable business practices. He's not exactly a role model. Right. But at the same, so you're supposed to, I want you to have some humor with that. But at the same time, he does have a kind of rebellious spirit. I had an older relative like that who was many ways way ahead of his time, but nobody took him seriously because he was kind of kooky, and he had strange habits, and so people just they tolerated him despite saying he would say things that were horribly politically incorrect back in the 80s or 90s, and everybody would laugh and just not take him seriously. I kind of wanted to go in that route, and but yeah, that was Uncle Zach. And then there's, as far as getting in the mind of a female character, that wasn't very difficult for me because, I have female relatives. I've had female friends. I'm married, I'm very well acquainted with the female of our species. It wasn't difficult at all to be put myself in the shoes of a girl, just like it wasn't hard for me to put myself in the shoes of a boy. It's just you're able to step outside of yourself and just say, okay, well, I have a composite of all the women I've known throughout my life and girls, and I'd say, okay, well, this sort of behavior is consistent with what I've experienced. Same thing with men and boys. It's no different. So, but I was very aware that the female characters are females and the male characters are males. There are gender differences that I adhere to. I have read novels where a male author will have a female protagonist, but the female protagonist is basically a man with breasts. I mean, it's just it's not really a woman. The one I'm thinking of that I felt was really egregious was, I think it's called the Gold Bug Chronicles or something like that. I read it like 20 years ago, and it's basically a man who the author tries to tell you is a woman, and it was really annoying because why don't you just make him a male character? Why do you have to make him female, right? Right. But aside from that, though, Gold Bug Variations is what it's called, and I don't remember the author. But I wanted to make sure that they were definitely female, both Rose and Caroline, and but they're still distinct from each other. They're very distinct from each other.
Yeah, without question. They are distinct characters, and they're types that, like I said earlier, different types of our children will be able to identify themselves in several of these characters, but certainly one of them more so than the others. I can see that being the case. What for you was the most enjoyable part of the book to write, and why?
I don't know. It's sort of like writing this kind of art is like torture, but the kind of torture that you love. It's just I don't know how to describe it. But I am the hardest part for me was actually getting the story in my head, the beginning, middle, and end. Because at first it was going to be a historical novel, and then it was going to deal with the paranormal and things, and I had to go through some agony there trying to get the right balance, to get the right story in mind. And once I had the basic idea, where you would have four friends, they meet, they suffer, they have this project that they collaborate on, then they have a decision to make where they're like, okay, am I going to poke the bear, or am I going to, not poke the bear? Am I going to play it safe, or am I going to do the right thing? And I don't know. I can't really say what is the favorite part. It was all pretty much the same in that it was very difficult, and I loved writing it. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, I think it does. It maybe, to use a little bit of the vernacular that would be at least in proximity to teenagers, is like a seesaw. There is for these characters individually, especially of course for the protagonist Caroline, but and then more broadly in the story as well. This sort of seesaw, this sort of ambivalence of the decision to fight or the decision to hide, the decision to move forward and contest, or the decision to go with the flow and keep the peace and keep your head low, stay under the radar, and not suffer the consequences of bucking.
And importantly, not to jeopardize your college chances. I mean, that's a theme that runs through both books, where these kids want to go to college. And that's their big thing. Everybody has to go to college. I want to go to college. I don't want to jeopardize my chances of going to a good college. And like, for example, I remember there was a news story a few years ago about this poor girl who I think she rejected the advances of a black boy. And then she videotaped herself on social media, like rapping along to a rap song, and she dropped the N-word. And then the boy that she rejected posted this or propagated it somehow, and suddenly colleges that had accepted her applications then rejected her, and she was instantly ostracized, in a lot of trouble. And many kids live with the idea of college as a promise, but also as a threat. They don't want to jeopardize their chances of getting into a good college. It's so important. And one of the things that the No College Club teaches you is like, well, yeah, don't not go to college if you really want to go, but there are alternatives. You don't have to do it. There are other ways that you can make your way through the world and be successful. It doesn't have to be through a 4-year institution. So therefore, you're not, you're not required necessarily to adhere to this political correctness that's being foisted on white children these days.
Yeah, beautifully. So, I mean, that's one of the didactics that I found in the story that I thought was really marvelous, because so many of our children, we're still living in this echo of you've absolutely got to go to university. If you don't, you're going to be impoverished. You're going to be impecunious. You're going to live in a van down by the river. And it's just not the case. I mean, you got so many of these, so many of us, we're just living with crushing debt from school, and the degrees never paid off the way that they promised. And of course they never would, because as soon as the federal government started backing those student loans, the prices went through the roof. So it's a beautiful didactic that is in the story. And, also, I want to toss in here, we're up to about 10 and a half minutes left to go, and I want to get in as much as possible. But we even have the character of Joan, which is Caroline's mother. And so if you are a parent and you're reading this, you'll be able to see yourself in some of Joan's musings and Joan's situation and Joan's conclusions that she ends up drawing. Spencer, did you want to say something about her?
Yeah, she is, well, her problem is that she's basically terrified of violating the modern code of ethics. She's scared to death of this, and she's scared of black people too. Because she knows that when she's around a black person, there are so many ways she can get in trouble. And so she keeps quiet, and she just basically toes the line. And Caroline notices this. She notices that her mother is a perfectly normal person, but when the topic of race comes up, suddenly she gets very tense and she's very uncomfortable. and she even points out, Caroline points out a blatant double standard about how with blacks and whites, and she just doesn't. She just refuses to accept it and kind of loses. She goes over the deep end and loses her rationality for a moment because she just can't deal with the fact that her daughter is actually violating the very moral code that she so strictly adheres to, and it scares her. And she's divorced. She doesn't really have much of an income. She's doing the best she can. So she does have, it's not like she's a wicked person. She absolutely is not.
Right.
But she knows that her position is so full of danger that she dares not rock the boat. And Caroline at one point says, well, wouldn't it be great if we had an organization of people that could help us? And that idea never even occurred to her. She says, what people? She says, white people. And just the idea of identifying as white just was so, in left field for her that she just did not, she just panicked and ran in the other direction. That's a very intense chapter where Caroline basically throws down with her mother over her association with the nascent No College Club. They hadn't called themselves that at that point, but her friends, and the fact that she had gotten in a little bit of trouble because of social media. She had the argument with her friends where it gets recorded on video and it's on Twitter, and basically she gets in big trouble as a result of that. And the mother is scared to death of all the bad things that could happen, but she still loves her daughter, and ultimately she has to let her do what she needs to do. Because I think love wins out in that instance.
It's such a palpable, as are other elements and parts of the novel, such a palpable moment that we all have lived. The moments as in our youth, when we have those questions, when we're like, why is the world like? Why are we not allowed to be proud? Why do we have to celebrate everybody else's achievements and their pride? Why do we have to encourage that? Why is it evil for us? And we go to our parents, and then there is this moment of tension. There's this moment of fear in the parents' eyes. They know, they're thinking about their jobs. They're thinking, and these are realistic moments. We've lived them all. It's really a palpable moment. And you'll see, your conversations with your parents or your friends' conversations with their parents and the kind of conclusions that they came to. One more time, quick, I want to hit Brant up with a question about this connection, obviously without giving away too much, good brother, but this connection between this novel and its movement into Critical Days, the connection or connections that you think are really important and that we can delve into and explore in our next get together after I receive and get through this next novel.
Well, to me, both of the books are similar, and not similar in a bad way. And Spencer already talked about how he has a formula that he's applied to both of them. And in the next book, he has a slightly different dynamic of characters, but it's also extremely relatable as well, where you have someone he has low self-confidence, and a girl gives him attention, and so a big part of that is this developing love interest that he has. So once again, it's something that's very relatable to teenagers and to humans in general. And not only does he have a blow up with his parents, which we can relate to as well, as we see the fear in our parents' eyes, and the decades of the white guilt that we're trying to work through with them. But he, without giving too much away, Spencer, he's also got to deal with this love interest, which at some point is more important to him than anything else. He doesn't want to let go of that. He's like, do I stand up for white people, or do I go for this, this girl? She's everything to me. So it's really going over. So these characters, they get put through the ringer. I mean, this is if someone really relates to this, that can be gut-wrenching, because you can put yourself in a lot of these different characters, and like Spencer said, you've got your nerd, the popular girl, the good-looking girl, the rebel. You got all these different things that's easily identifiable for us. Plus, what's identifiable is when people come down on us. We can have our own family members, our own parents. So we're seeing this stuff pop up in these stories. So that's why it's so believable. It's so relatable. It sucks you in, and you are pulling for these characters to win. You're pulling for them like come on, man. You got to do, like, don't get crushed like everyone that I see on the news all the time. Don't be a cuck like everyone on the news. Okay. Defend yourself. I know one other thing as well, and I don't want to put too much of an emphasis on this, but Spencer does a really good job developing the female characters. And I even wrote to him about that. And I said, like, how the heck did you do that? How do you write from the female point of view? Which I'm far too autistic to do that. So he does a great job with that. But I also want to point out that in your book, Crucible, and these two books that Spencer has written about the No College Club, the idea is put out there that there is certain times that it is completely moral and justifiable to defend yourself physically. There are times when you have to be a man, and that means taking a different course of action than just sitting around and talking and turning the other cheek and these sorts of things. So that's a theme that I see is extremely important, because when I grew up, I had some of those choices taken away from me, where I couldn't do that. Where if I had got the backing of my teachers and my parents and everyone else, it's not like little Brant would have gone around getting into fights all the time, but it would have been a different story. And I would have become more physical on my behalf and other people's behalf if I knew that I had support at home. And once again, it's important that the characters in these two books, and also your own story, Jason, in Crucible, that boys can see, here's examples of how this can work. We don't always have to go this other anti-white route, this extremely feminized route.
Yes.
So I guess to wrap up my rambling answer, Spencer just does a great job of developing the female characters and the male characters as well, with female qualities and appropriate masculine qualities.
Yeah, I really got to just pounce on that and say big words there that I really heard out loud were relatable. It's all very relatable. The incidents, the characters, super relatable. And the really big point, and I thank God that we had Bran here so that he could mention it, and that is the masculinity. It's poisoned by anti-whiteism. White males are not allowed. Other races, males are allowed to be masculine. They're encouraged to be masculine. White males, any masculinity is, of course, we know, referred to with the meme pathogen, toxic masculinity. And at times, boys, they have got to learn to be men. White boys have to learn to be white men. And that means that at times, they're going to have to act like men, because being a hero, being a man is a decision you make again and again and again. Before we get out of here, I got to hit Spencer with a couple of light questions and then another big one, and then we'll get everybody's goodbyes and where everybody can find you two and can buy the book. The first one, though, for you, Spencer, is how long did it take you to write this?
I think overall it was 1.5 years.
Okay. And where did you find the time during your days, and how often were you committed to writing each day, or how many times a week?
Well, I mean, when something's important to you, you find the time. And I mean, I'm married, I have children, I have a full-time job, and in a home to maintain. So, and then I'm also writing for Countercurrents once a week. So I just found the time. Sometimes it required staying up late or getting up early, or if I had half an hour downtime at work, you just open up the laptop and you just do it. I mean, you just find the time. I don't keep a diary, so I can't really say exactly how it went down, but if you're determined enough to do something, you find the time.
And while I have you thinking about that, what are any thoughts or recommendations you might have for folks out there who would like to write or thinking about writing their own novel like you have done here?
Well, okay, you have to make sure you have a story to tell. It's good to have read many other novels so you have a feeling of what's out there. If you read carefully with No College Club and Critical Days, you'll see various hat tips to other novels, other fictional or movies or comics or whatever. I mean, it's not like these stories came out of a vacuum, but you want to make sure that your story is original compared to all the other books that are out there. You got to have a good sense of what the state of fiction these days and in the past. You have to look at your characters and try to do what's best for your characters in the story, not what's best for you. A lot of times, as the author, a lot of times an author will have characters do things because they need the plot to move forward, not because the character would actually do such a thing, right? I mean, you want the characters to have their own personalities, their own needs and requirements and motivations. That's extremely important. And if you can do that and have the plot move very quickly from page to page to page, then likely you're going to have a successful novel. I would also keep the preaching to a minimum. I have read many manuscripts from people in our sphere, and they're very heavy on preaching, very heavy on red pilling, very heavy on all sorts of information that would be better suited for a manifesto or an essay or a nonfiction effort, but in the world of fiction, it's snoozeville because I already know all this stuff, so you're not telling me anything I don't already know. And you're taking me away from the reason why I'm picking up the book to begin with, which is to find out what will happen next. So I think that anybody that wants to write short stories or want to write novels, for our sphere, they need to focus on entertaining first, because that's the mark of a successful novel. Entertain. And then after that, you can, focus on messaging or focus on whatever else you want to focus on, but entertain first. And then you should be in good shape.
Great suggestions. I mean, I think that we could probably get together and at some point in the future, do a show on the tips for future writers to try to inspire more people to get out there and write novels like this. The cream will rise to the top and will benefit our people, especially our young, by doing that. Final question, Spencer, and that is, if you could tell anyone the most important reasons, the most interesting reasons, the best sales copy for this wonderful book, The College Club, what would you tell them? Take the opportunity to tell them what that would be, why they should read this, or why their kids should read this, or they should read it with their children. And when you finish with that, tell people where they can find you, where they can buy the book.
Thank you. The No College Club and its sequel, Critical Days, are realistic stories about realistic white kids that have to deal with realistic problems today. It's a lot of fun to read. It's all action. I want to make it as entertaining as possible. Both books have a very strong sense of humor. I would like to think that's what some readers have been telling me. And so for your kids to read it, if they want to have a good time and read it and enjoy it and perhaps become enlightened as a result, they should go to the No College Club. I am at sjquinn.org. You can find all my works there and links to where you can buy them. And you just go to Countercurrents once a week. I should have an essay up there. And once in a while, I write for the Occidental Observer.
Fabulous. And I'll make sure we have sjquinn.org in the description to make sure that folks can just click right on it and follow it on over. Brant, fantastic. Where can people find you and your works? And folks, don't forget that the great Dean Danger is also an author, and you can find all of these wonderful. We reviewed. They're fantastic. I really cherish these. Brother, the mic is yours.
Thanks. So schoolofthewest.world is the website for white well-being, and there's lots of other material on there as well, which is traditional standards that you would get from K through 12 for American education system. I would tell people to go and get the No College Club. It is truly a great book. I'm not just blowing smoke here. And it's an important book because it is one of the very, very few that has the right type of role models for our kids. And hopefully this is just the beginning of a new genre that our people will have until we come to the point where we recapture our destiny and we don't need them anymore, but we need them right now.
Amen to that. Well, this has been a totally wonderful. It was more than I thought. I could have gone on for several hours. We don't have several hours, unfortunately. We all have to work for a living. And because we have to busily pay the lion's share of the taxes so that anti-whiteism can continue and totally undermine us further. But we're fighting back and we're having victories. And this is one way that you can have a victory with yourself and or with your children or grandchildren. You can head on over to sjquinn.org. Get your copy now, and maybe you can be done with Critical Days even before I'm finished with it. And you can be back here knowledgeable about the story when we, again, bring back Spencer J. Quinn and the great Brant from School of the West. Big thank you to all of you. Big thank you to both of you gentlemen. And salute. Promethean hails. And we will be right back. Bye-bye. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right. What did you all think of that great conversation? Please let me know that you can hear me. Firing it back up. I want to make sure that the audio is coming through clearly. Nova Horror says, thank you for hosting these two very interesting and heroic men for us to enjoy and learn from. You're so welcome. It was a great conversation. Both heroes, especially the great Dean Danger, a champion of white well-being. Can you hear me? Thank you so much, Westman Positivity. We got to get right to the celebration for First Last, who has come in with another financial gift, this one warranting many, many 07s. Let's hear it for this champion, many 07s, 100 white well-being dollars. And he writes with those $100, the great First Last Paul Revere. God bless you, brother. Yeah, there you are in the live chat. Yes, indeed. Celebration. Let's get him some musical notes, maybe some crowns and gems, so that he knows how much we appreciate him. And we have some other financial gifts over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. So let's put that up on the screen. Wow. Well, let's go straight to Dude Bro Moment, for whom the platform is now named $50 from this hero coming in once again on this glorious Wednesday. Church of the West, 50 white well-being dollars. And he says for white well-being, protecting those white babies. We wish we could do more for the white babies down in Orania. But $50 from the great Dude Bro Moment for white well-being. Let's get him some celebratory salutes. Show him some love. We need an emoji for owning a platform now. That's what we need. Big thank you, Dude Bro Moment. We also have for white well-being, $20 financial gift. Big salutes. The man who makes video clips that causes chills and tears and pride and excitement. For white well-being, $20. Thank you, brother, for never giving up. I really appreciate that. It's tough. It's really tough. You could probably see it on me thinking about what's going to happen to our brothers and sisters in Orania. and how little can now be done to help them. So thank you. I appreciate that. And we have here on your feet, coming in the color red. What a colorful day over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Some guy financially gifting $100. $100. Church of the West, some guy, $100 financial gift. God bless you for that, brother. He writes, it's been a while. I've been very busy lately, stopping by to announce the birth of another beautiful white baby. Oh, for that extra quadruple salutes. Quadruple salutes. Little babies, are there baby emojis? Raucous, tenebrous emojis, crepitant emojis. Get them out. Make sure he feels like maybe a crepitant emoji would be an old person. They're creaking. Wow. Is it a little son or little daughter of the West, or do you not know yet? Man, that is fantastic. Thank you so very much. What a glorious thing to come in and share here near the end of our gathering on Wednesday. Show the love for all of these financial gifters who are rocking it here at the very end on this Wednesday. We also have over here WhoDaThunkit with 5 library tokens. And thank you so much on Odyssey. And with those 5 tokens, he says, what substantively do you say is glorious for a man when money, status, empire, and technological innovation is off the table, but anti-whiteism persists? It's a great question, my brother. It's a great question. Live the life of a man of the West. Be the right thing. Do the right thing. Stand up for our people. Do it with pride, honor, and courage, dignity. Do it by assuming the moral high ground with the tools that we empower you with here. For all those whose lives your life touches. That is what it means to be a man in the world today. When you have no access to any of these other things, you can't improve upon those things, and anti-whiteism persists. Do and be that. Be a legend in the stories of those whose lives you touch, whose paths with which your path crosses. That's not only the right thing to do for us as individuals, it is always as well, as long as we persist and live in this day of struggle against anti-whiteism, the path to the recapture of our destiny. Know that every single day of your life as you live and struggle and serve white well-being, by promulgating these tools, by addressing your meme pathogens with which we are all infected, creating those counter triggers, and taking those steps out into the uncharted, clean pages of our story, where we write ourselves in as the hero and the victor over that which seeks to destroy us. Know and be that, the man of the West, every step of the way. And some will not be able to see. I'm afraid that's the reality. They're looking in the anti-white narrative where they live. They can't escape. They won't be able to see. But the people who matter, the people who count, they will. So thank you for that question. Some guy got back to us. He says it's a blonde, and I guess, is that supposed to mean blue-eyed baby girl? It's a daughter of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get some? Are there emojis that are little baby girls? Can we get some of those? A daughter of the West. God bless you and your lovely wife. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I hope you'll be inoculating this wonderful little girl, daughter of the West, with the Go Free lexicon and dialectics so that she can rock and roll in the world. She'll know what's coming. And every time she sees the anti-whiteism in the world, she'll say, my God, Mom and Dad are geniuses. They saw it all before I got in. That's exactly what's happening out there. Blessings to you all. What a glorious, thank you so much. $100 to celebrate the little daughter of the West. That is beautiful. Let's get a round of applause for Spencer J. Quinn and the great Brent Danger, for coming together, and we did that. We did that interview in the middle of the day. We made it happen. It was wonderful. And I said, I cannot wait to share that with the community. So many interesting things that we can and should be doing, and behaving and acting with purpose every day. There's no time to sit around. There's no time to sit on our laurels and wonder what can be done or hope or wish. You can look around and you can see so many of you are active and making amazing things happen. And you can look around to your left and to your right, and you can see others who are engaged similarly. Won't you be an advocate for white well-being? Won't you be a hero in our story? The hour calls, and those silver trumpets have been sounding for our people for some time. And you never know with your efforts today what atrocity you will play a part in preventing by your efforts today. You may think that you're small. You may think your voice is small. You may think that you're not reaching many. But the reality of these tools, as demonstrated, is that they work everywhere and they reach far, and it can happen overnight. So we have to continue, stick with it, despite the challenges that we face of various types. We can stick with it, and we can do it. So glorious to be with you all tonight. Nameless One is here. Ivan, Janice, for White Wellbeing. Who of us is ready to learn how to write a book like Spencer J. Quinn asks? Westman Positivity. Great question. First Last saying, magnify your voice, stay in step, act in unison, fight as one. All perfectly written, 100%. Pull in tandem. That's what the anti-whites hate the most of all. And that's one of the reasons why I think they... Oh, and there the great Brent Danger is still with us. Good to see the champion's still here. I think that's one of the reasons why you often have these people, aside from the typical cranks, you have these people, these anons that come in and they sectarianize. They're like, no, any view, numerous, multiple views. I mean, could you imagine going to a high school or college band and saying, no, let's break that up in a bunch of pieces. And then, come game day, you have 5 guys marching this way, playing one song, 5 guys marching that way, playing one song, 2 marching this way, playing no songs, 3 marching this way, completely different uniforms. I mean, that is not power. So just like First Last is saying there, march in unison, be a single entity with these concepts, and the world will change. The world will change for the better. And good, I mean, maybe you never know. Maybe there'll be some decamillionaire, centimillionaire listening, billionaire, who will end up listening, finding his or her way here and decide, this is truly amazing. This is truly revolutionary. I'm going to use whatever talents they have and resources they have to help us go to the next level, what we have to, so that we don't all end up in this terrifying place that Orania is now sitting. We need that now more than ever. So if you're hearing my voice, you're being touched maybe by the eternal, and you're one of those people. Maybe you have those skills. Maybe you have a connection to one of those people. And maybe you will be the one through which we will be able to take another step to magnifying the power that we wield here successfully in service to white well-being. The white race has to become a people. There's no way out of this as selfish individualists. Things will just continue to deteriorate. Things will just continue to deteriorate across the West as selfish individuals, and there will never be a time. There was another show I saw a little bit of, where the commenter was saying, let me look at the time. Okay, we're gonna have to jump here in a moment. Where the commenter, content creator, was saying, there's gonna be an event that catalyzes a white awakening. I mean, this is childish. It's insanity. It's reckless to say this to white people, to hang some fraudulent hope out in front of them that you can chill You can hang out and wish and complain and indulge idiocy and celebrate content creators articulating idiocy or childishness or stupidity, non-starters. You can do that because at some point there's going to be a black guy that kills a white guy, and then all of a sudden it magically happens. The so-called thinkers talk like this. This is not the way the white race dominated and conquered all that sought to dominate and conquer us. We didn't say there is monsters beyond the horizon, and we hope that magically something happens and we conquer them before they conquer us. We didn't say that about the unknown. We didn't say that about disease. We didn't say that about hostile tribes of other groups of people who were seeking to dominate and conquer us. That's not how we work. That's not how we function. So you're the very best of the white race. You're the best in your families. You're the best out of your friend groups because you've answered this call to something meaningful. It's not another football game. It's not another hockey game. It's not another golf match. It's not another canoeing trip. It's not another mountain climbing trip. It's something meaningful. We work because we need a place on which to build our foundation and create what we need in the world to be able to advocate for our people, rear our families where we can, and be safe in doing so. And all the while inoculating ourselves, bringing these concepts to our brothers and sisters. It is as hard and as simple as that. I'll take a quick look at what you all are saying. Crisis Craven says, first, last. That's a good one for those people. There's going to be a crisis. It's going to change everything. Yeah, it's Craven. Don't be a crisis Craven. I like that. Let me see if there were any other tags. Ardent Party. Just wanted to say hello without interrupting. Well, big hello to you, brother. You're never interrupting. Thank you, everybody who celebrated the champions who came in. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Steven is here. Let's see. Who else? Cool Papa J Magic. I think he was here. I think he had to hit the, hey, Kusindi Ben is here. Having to work for a living. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. We like to be able to sing that song. Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. My woman done left, took all the reason I've been working for. You better not try to stand in my way as I'm a-walking out the door. You can take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. You have no idea how many times I've thought that about white positivity. Fuck this. They don't want to hear any. They don't want to hear. They don't want to listen. They want to be, well, fuck this. And then that spirit in me is like, no, bro, you got to keep going. You got it. There's got to be some kind of all of the benefit that we brought to the world. And there's got to be greater victories yet to be. You all are part of that. Let's see. Last Independent Thinker. Great show like usual. Glad I stuck it out. Well, I'm glad you stuck it out too, brother. But that's not true. Is here and says, me too. Yep. All right. How do we normally leave on Wednesdays? Well, you know how we normally leave on Wednesdays. We leave with the 4-0. And it does look like it's about that time. So, cue the 4-0. You all have your marching orders. You have your marching orders. Thursday, Yiz the Unifier, Empire of Lies, in their Gulag Cafe at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be over there. No, will I? Yes, I will, but I will also be at the gym, I think. So I might not be in the live chat as robustly as normal, but you can check it out over there on Yiz channel. And that's an exciting way to continue to build community here. And then if nothing else happens that warrants my return, I will be back on Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our Going Free Gathering, Church of the West. And I will see you all there. Pray for our people in Orania. Hola.
Do my thing. Now hump and get it. Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's the kind of soul it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud, white, and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta honk and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man looking for a place to do my thing.